A slideshow, yes. Oh, I can see record slideshow.
Could you kindly unmute G?
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. I think we were we couldn't even hear what was going on. You were muted all along.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is I'm Anna Leonard. I'm a senior librarian from the University of Namibia.
Okay, you're welcome. Participants are just introducing themselves. So you can introduce yourself one after the other now. Can we have Andrew Ojinos now? Can you introduce yourself?
You were muted all along. Thank you. My name is I'm Anna Leonard. I'm a senior librarian from the University of Namibia.
Okay, exactly.
Hello, everyone. I am Victor Amale, a senior library assistant from Uganda Christian University, and also the treasurer for the Uganda Library and Information Association. Nice meeting all of you.
Victor Amale, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, hello everyone. I am Victor Amale, a senior library assistant at Uganda Christian University, and also the current treasurer for the Uganda Library and Information Association. Thank you.
Morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Ojulong. I am.
Okay, we can hear you. Robert Buwale, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Robert Buwale, a senior assistant librarian at Chambogo University, and also a member of the African IASSIST. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this workshop.
Okay. Andrew Ochilon, can you introduce yourself?
Senior assistant librarian at Chambogo University, also a member of the African IASSIST. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this workshop.
Can you all switch on your video, please? Switch on your video, please. Offering is the network.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Ojulong, a PhD student, Makerere University, College of Computing and Information Science. And I'm one of the presenters of a poster at the IASSIST second workshop. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ocholon. Okay. Anna Leola. Anna Leola.
Yes. Thank you, Madam. I am actually joining from the computer. I don't have the video activated. I am Anna Leonard. I am a senior librarian at the University of Namibia, Research Support Services. And I'm also a PhD candidate from the University of South Africa, doing bibliometric analysis of the research output for Namibia. And I'm also a member of the SPARC Africa Management Committee, as well as a member of Library Publishing Coalition. It's my pleasure joining this conference. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anna Leonard. Dr. Blessing Ogujimi.
SPARC Africa Management Committee, as well as a member of
Dr. Blessing Ogujimi, you're up.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, you can continue. Introduce yourself, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Mrs. Blessing Ogunjimi, a lecturer from the University of Calabar, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Igeno. Can you speak louder, please?
From the University of Calabar, Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Flavor Bonifacio. Flavio. Yeah, sorry for that. Flavor Bonifacio. Okay. Then we have Grace Temiloluwa Ikena. She's here. Okay. Then we have.
So I'd say I'm a doctor in philosophy. I'm working in data management and data analysis since 1975. I'm an old man. I'm 70 today, and so I hope to tell you something interesting for you. I'm coming from Turin, and I'm working in a private agency. Whose name is Metis Ricerche, and I work in cooperation with the university in Turin. In the field of data analysis, I have with the university, Turin University, a master whose name is Data Analysis for Business Intelligence and Data Science. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we
thank you.
Rosina. Okay. We have maybe like. Thank you so much. You can now pull your details on the chat area as we continue. Over to you, DMC. Thank you.
Online, you
have to switch
if you're online and you are in this room, please go offline. Go to Zoom or use the mic. We encourage everyone to work together. If you are also online, right now we are using more than one device. We encourage you to use yourself. In fact, we are suggesting right away that we administrators use every other participant online and allow Sandra to take the floor. And you allow Sandra to give us the key.
What's the name of that? Okay.
While this is sorted out, the attention has been called to what I need to do right away. And I will invite Professor Abdelagri for the online thing in work on to sort out. Professor Abdelagri, it is share for this. First, we have to take before she gives her address, I want to read just a short profile of herself. Sandra Sankano is a data management expert with more than 25 years of experience in all phases of the data lifecycle. With a background in quantitative research, she has created and led data support and research services for data-intensive research and analysis. Sam is active in the international data community. She has had the privilege of serving as IASSIST president since 2019. After nearly 20 years as either a member, US member at large, or US regional secretary. She teaches data science at both the graduate and undergraduate levels and has presented and published on topics such as metadata, copyright and licensing issues, and data management and dissemination challenges. In addition, Sam is a co-author of the book titled A Practitioner Guide to Data Governance, a case-based approach. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from the University of California, a Master's Science in Economics from the London School of Economics, and a PhD in Economics from the University of Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Sandra.
Okay, so if you're clapping, I'm going to assume it's for me. Can everybody hear me okay? The audio's been a little sketchy here. Flavio says you can hear me. Okay, in that case, I'll take that as a go and say thank you very much for the introduction and the opportunity to say hello this morning. As president of IASSIST, I'm exceptionally proud of the work that the Africa chapter has been doing to build the community within the region and to do workshops like this and the webinars that have been held over the course of the last year or so to help improve the level of professional activity, the connections between different parts of the region, and really to make the chapter a very robust and healthy organization to promote what IASSIST has always stood for, which is helping data management professionals to make connections, to do a better job in supporting the kinds of data intensive research work that we have been doing for the last, I don't know, 4 decades. So that was my welcome remarks. And now I need a little bit of a cue from the room as to whether or not there is something else that's going to happen first, or if the keynote is expected now.
You can go on. You can go on.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. In that case, I will get my slides ready and share my screen. Oh, I cannot share my screen. Can someone please give me sharing permission so that I can show you my slides? There we go. Excellent. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So I have to say that I was, I hope everybody can see the screen, can see my slides. When I was first heard about the topic for this particular webinar, it did take me a minute to figure out what an appropriate way to address this was, because I'm going to be the first person to confess I had to Google what the 4th Industrial Revolution was. So hopefully I'm not the only one. But now that I understand the context and the topic that we're covering today over the next few days, I really feel like this is a very interesting and very timely discussion for us to be having about the role of data literacy and the role of data professionals in advancing data literacy under these auspices. So let me see if I can advance my slides. So I know that there was an introduction before, but I will take a minute to say hello again. I've been working in this space for more than 30 years. Both at government agencies in the United States as well as in higher education. I do need to make a small correction. The program, I believe, still has me listed as the Chief Data Officer at the University of Rochester. In a few weeks, I will be taking up a position as a lecturer in business analytics at Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, Scotland. So I've been both on the administrative side and on the instructional side, as well as having my own consulting practice where I work with all sorts of different organizations to help them think about data management issues and practices. So I have a little bit of everything, and I'm going to bring that to the presentation today. So I like to start from the very, very beginning and really think about what do we mean by data literacy? I know we've had several webinars and workshops where we talk about it, But I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and we all have the same notion of what it is that we're trying to think about in the context of this new fourth industrial revolution. So if we start with the Wikipedia definition, which is where I always go, this is a pretty standard concept that data literacy is the ability to read, understand, create, and communicate data as information. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with the definition. But I really wonder if this is enough, if it is the right focus, given the pace of change that we are seeing in the digital space. I know that things like digital transformation are huge buzzwords today. How is it that we actually start thinking about bringing the powers of data and algorithms to bear on pretty much everything under the sun? And so it really makes me wonder if we've got a good understanding of how we need to think about data literacy moving forward, and if it really is a one-size-fits-all approach. So here's my context for this, and thinking about these concepts of revolutions and massive changes to our societal structure. We've got the first revolution: mechanization, steam, water power, the steam engine, et cetera, et cetera. Then we've got mass production and electricity and the disruption that brought back in the early days, and Henry Ford and his production line, and really breaking down tasks into small pieces in order to have this increase in productivity. The concept of the third revolution about automation and IT being brought to bear in lots of places I think of that as something that we're still seeing the tail end of as we are developing more and more algorithms and more uses for data. And then this concept of the fourth revolution is this notion of cyber physical systems. It's artificial intelligence, it's the Internet of Things, it's wearable devices, all of this interconnectivity of data where sometimes it doesn't even wind up in the hands of humans, it's just machine to machine and whatnot. And so taking that as our baseline for what it is that we're thinking about for this particular workshop, I have some thoughts. You may be surprised to know. So I would argue that we still have a lot of work to do, right? If the third industrial revolution, right, the automation, the technology piece really started the need for data literacy, things are only going to continue to accelerate. Because right now, as I've mentioned in other presentations, the need for data goes way beyond the professional workplace and is now part of every aspect of everyone's life. So the third industrial revolution, with the notion of automation and technology and the rise of the machines, as the science fiction writers would have you be afraid of, that was really focused on how to use data and technology as part of your workplace, as part of a production system. And I think now what we're facing is even more of a revolution where data is not just part of your 9-to-5 job in an office or factory or what have you, but it's really part of your everyday life. And because of that, we've got things like your wearables, right? My Apple Watch is charging, otherwise it would be able to tell me exactly how much oxygen is in my blood, how many times I need to stand up today in order to not die, things like that. And there are a lot of people for whom these kinds of data points really help to control or rule or guide their day-to-day activities. And it's not just people, it's, buildings and households. So the prevalence of smart thermostats and smart appliances. I don't know if I've lamented to you about shopping for a new refrigerator recently, but one of the ones that the salesperson pointed out to me was it was connected to the internet and could email me when I was out of milk. I really don't want my appliances talking to me. I'm not ready for that yet. So, so that's a little bit frightening. But the whole concept that you have these interconnected devices that control different aspects of your environment is not just helpful for individuals saving money and being able to have their houses and their homes at the right level of comfort for them, but it also gives the power companies and the power grid information on where energy usage is highest, how to think about potentially sharing things. And as we move into the winter in the northern hemisphere, how is it we think about some of the energy crunches that we're going through with some of the challenges that are the eco-political challenges that are happening right now. And then, of course, we're moving into the world where humans are almost unnecessary for a lot of tasks, because we've got self-driving cars and other things that rely on a substantial amount of information and data in order to be able to function. And these are really aspects of people's lives that go beyond the workplace. And even though the average consumer may not need to have the real details about how self-driving cars work or how their smart thermostats actually do things, understanding the way that data contributes to their operations and what challenges that they are still facing in their technology development because of data capabilities or lack of, I do think is really important. So what does that mean for data literacy? Is it really still this concept about working with spreadsheets? So if you go and you Google things on Coursera or LinkedIn Learning or what have you, you'll see a lot of ads for data literacy training. And it's almost always involves some technical skill, usually using Excel or some programming language and whatnot. And my question is that the right focus for people who need to improve their data literacy? In some instances, it is going to be the thing that needs to happen. Maybe you want to be able to keep track of your blood oxygen level in a spreadsheet, or your energy use in a spreadsheet for your everyday life. But most of that is really focused on what goes on in the workplace. And it might be that we have different types of data literacy needs for different circumstances, for different people within the data ecosystem. And so I want to talk about those kinds of things right now. So we've got this notion that data is an everyday competence, right? That what I just argued, that people who what I would call data readers need the skills to interpret and understand data, as it's become increasingly important for our use of Fitbits and whatnot, for understanding the daily news and whatnot. And so a few years ago, I would have said this is true, and we still need to be able to help people discern what are the important interpretations of data. But I think that as AI and machine learning and whatnot have moved along and have continued to advance and develop, we really need data literacy skills just to help people be able to separate truth from fiction. I think it's one of the challenges that we're facing right now is what used to be the gold standard for understanding the world around you, seeing a photograph of something or a recording of something, that obviously would be true. That would be something that happened. But as we advance the ability for us to be able to create a reality or create something that really doesn't exist, it's really hard to figure out how do we empower people on an everyday basis to be able to figure out what is something that has generated from data versus something that was born in a different way. And so understanding data and metadata work can help people navigate these new challenges. I see somebody is having a good time annotating my slides. I hope you don't scribble through anything important. All right. Another type of data literacy need is for people who are charged with putting forth data as a message, right? And so people who I think of as communicators, data communicators, are the storytellers. They're the ones that are creating the charts, the tables, the graphics, and helping the people to make sense of the world around them through presentations of information. And these people have become more and more important as data become more and more a part of everyday decision making. So if there hasn't been a single organization I've ever worked with that, or worked at, that hasn't wanted to be data driven, but they don't always know what that means. And they need people to help them to interpret the information and the data that they have in order to be able to use it more effectively. And so it's become more and more important that the messages be clear and be relevant. So there are a lot of possibilities for gaining skills to do charts and graphs and dashboards, right? So if it's not Excel, it's Tableau, and there's drag and drop, and you can make a chart on anything. And I've seen people who have tried to do charts of everything. But if the message isn't clear and the data are not well explained, it's very difficult to know what story is being told. And the other thing to make sure that people understand is that just because it's in a chart or a graph, that doesn't make it important. Sometimes it doesn't even make it true. And so one of my very favorite websites is one that talks about spurious correlations. And this is a classic example. I'm sorry, it's very US focused, but this is a very pretty and very well laid out data visualization. We've got we've got information here about the per capita consumption of margarine in the United States, and how well it is and closely it is correlated with the divorce rate in the state of Maine in New England in the United States. So you can see that statistically, these two things are 99% correlated. That may be true, except for the part where it's irrelevant. It may happen to be that these two things move together over time, but putting it in a well-formed chart like this doesn't make it an important thing to know. It doesn't really tell you anything about the relationship between these two things, because regardless of the correlation coefficient, I would argue that people eating margarine do not necessarily affect divorce rates or vice versa. So the whole notion that correlation does not equal causation is becoming more and more relevant. And the people who are data readers need to understand that. And the people who are data storytellers need to understand that, so that they don't present information like this as if it is something that people should learn from or should take something away from. Another level of data interaction and data understanding is what I would argue are the people who are makers. There are people who need to make decisions with data, right? They need higher skills to combine data with strategy. They need to help figure out how to use data to solve problems, how to highlight problems that need to be solved. So they need to have that communicator aspect, but they also need to understand what the readers and what people who might be in an executive position need to understand, if they may be in an executive position themselves. And these people have a very heavy burden, because one of the things that I have found to be true, and I'd be interested if this is your experiences as well, is that makers and people who want to use data for strategic purposes have to get the world to slow down enough to be able to think strategically. Most organizations I have worked with have spent more time fighting fires than they have thinking about how to prevent them. And so every organization has some crisis that comes up. They have a system that's down. They have a platform that needs replaced. They had a data breach. Something horrible happens, and all the energy is focused on fixing that one problem, rather than necessarily taking a step back and figuring out how do we use the data and information that we have to prevent problems like that in the future. And so this is one of the places where a different level of data understanding is really important, as well as the ability to influence the culture around you, so that you can actually do what you're supposed to be doing. And then, of course, we've got the people who are charged with providing data as the answer. And data scientists are still the valuable analytic roles that we need to combine the strong technical data skills with that communication, with that data storyteller ability, as well as in-depth domain knowledge. And I still like the unicorn graphic here, because in a lot of ways, people who really do have this package and have that reach that level of data literacy that they can do this, really are still very rare. Now, that does not mean that every organization on the planet isn't looking to hire one. Because unfortunately, data scientists, and I'm sure that Flavio would be interested to hear his thoughts on this, I think they're still misunderstood. I still think that there's a lot of organizations that think because they need data skills, they need a data scientist. And that's not always true. They don't. They need people who have a level of data literacy that they may not currently have as part of their workforce, but they don't need somebody who has that highest level of data intelligence and data skills for many, many things. So they need people who understand data and the business. And that's not the same thing necessarily as somebody who is in a data science role. I did have the opportunity to spend a short period of time at a commercial organization and worked with some of the data scientists there. And these people were well qualified. Some of them had PhDs in machine learning and data science and whatnot. And most of them spent their days creating dashboards and very simple analytic reports. And to me, it just seemed like a mismatch. The labor economist in me thinks it's a mismatch of skills and expectations, because these people were capable of doing so much more, but the organization didn't know how to use them. They didn't know what level of data literacy that they needed in their staff. So they decided they were going to go out and hire data scientists, which really wasn't the answer that they were looking for. All right, so one way that we can help with this is to think about how do you find the community of people who understand this range of data literacy needs and data literacy skill sets. And so, of course, I wouldn't be doing a good job as president of IASSIST if I didn't say this is a great community to start with. We've been working in this area for decades, even before data literacy was the hot term that you can find on search on Google. The whole concept of being able to help people, mostly in academia, but that's not true 100% anymore, do the right things with data, know what data and metadata needs were necessary for them to be able to advance their research, advance their scientific careers, help their organization, whether it be academic or not, to move forward. And within the IASSIST community, we have people at a variety of levels of data literacy. Most of them are used to working with data scientists and other quantitative researchers who have very high skill levels. But we also have a lot of people who work with students in undergraduate roles and graduate roles to be able to help them understand what does the need for data look like? What are the skills that they will need to have for both their professional and everyday lives to be able to work with the data that is everywhere and needs to be understood and used effectively for decision making and whatnot. So we have within our 400 to 500 plus community people that are really familiar with all different types of data literacy needs, and people who have helped others achieve different levels of data literacy. Oops, I'm going backwards. That's not what I meant to do. And so one of the things that I think that is really important, regardless of the type of data literacy or the level of data literacy that is needed, is the ability to learn from others. The ability to attend workshops just like this one, and the webinars that the Africa chapter has had, and the professional development webinars that IASSIST, the international community, puts on, and to have conversations with other people. I mean, there are schools, there's online training, there's all kinds of educational options, but we also have each other. And one of the things that I am saddest about not being able to be there with you in person is that connection, those conversations that you get to have in between the sessions, the questions that you will raise and will be raised as part of discussions with each other, with others at your organization when this workshop is over, and you go back and you spread the word and you start having conversations. Some of them may be very difficult, some of them may be very simple, but hopefully what you come away from this workshop with is the understanding that there are a lot of people that are on a journey of some sort, whether it be to improve their own data literacy or to help the people in their organization or their stakeholder group to achieve a particular level of data literacy. And so there isn't a holy grail, there isn't a single right answer. Everything is a journey as much as a destination. And we're all on some version of this journey together. So please take advantage of the time that you have during this workshop to find your peeps, find the people who speak to you, who are with you in a particular way, who can help you, or that you can help to make this journey and to take these steps towards being able to have a community and to have a population that has the data skills that we need to move forward. And hopefully I have used up just the right amount of time, because I never quite get the timing on these things right. But I am very happy to take any questions that people might have, or I can talk about IASSIST until the cows come home. So I'm happy to stop talking for a minute and see what needs and what information there might still be a desire for. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. If you're speaking in the room, you're on mute.
Can you hear us now? Yeah.
Okay, we want to take some questions.
We can take questions.
There's a question. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Professor Jerome, for your very good presentation. Please, I want to ask this question under this finding community. Can you clarify further what you mean by readers, communicators, makers, and then scientists? Thank you.
I'm sorry if that was a question, I didn't hear it. The feedback was quite bad.
The question is,
The question is, under your slide, finding community, you mentioned the terms leaders, communicators, makers, and scientists. And I'm asking that, can you please clarify this?
Maybe you can type it into the chat.
Did you hear that?
It's nothing but echo. I can't hear. I hear the same word 10 times, and so I can't hear what comes next. I'm sorry. Oh, slides on finding community. Okay. What about the slides on finding community? Oh, the terms readers, communicators, and scientists. Okay, fine. Excellent. Thank you. That's a great question. So these are just labels that I'm putting on the type of interaction with data. So the whole notion that somebody's a data reader is, it's just a way of describing that what they need to be able to do when we think about what data literacy is, right? The ability to read and understand and communicate data as information. People who are readers have the least technical need for data literacy. The idea is that people who are data readers need to be able to understand the information that's being presented to them. And so that's a different type of data literacy, a different level of data literacy than some other needs that are out there. And my argument is that pretty much in this day and age, everybody needs to have that ability to understand how data work well enough to be able to understand what is being presented to them as fact, what is being presented to them as readings off of different sensors or different appliances that they might use all the time. If you increase or change the focus of the data literacy, the notion of communicators, though, that's a level of data literacy that's a little bit higher than the reader. They need to be able to understand better or more about how to present information to the people who are the readers, and be able to create and present data in a way that is easy for the reader to understand and is, as I said, really relevant to what the question is. The concept of the makers those are the decision makers. They want to make something happen because of data. And that is, again, a slightly different focus. They need to understand the implications of the data. Maybe they can do Excel pivot tables, maybe they can't. But understanding what would be the information that they want to be able to gather, to understand where data come from and what it actually means. So, for example, when I was at the University of Rochester, in our human resources system, we had 3 different fields that all supposedly meant the same thing. Right? They were all some version of an equal opportunity status, but there were very small nuances between what each of those 3 things were. And if you use the wrong one to test some idea, you were going to get the wrong answer. And so that's a real context-based kind of data literacy that you're not going to get from a training session using Excel. And then, of course, the data scientists are the ones who need to know, oh, pretty much everything. They're the ones that are really at the forefront of this venture into AI and machine learning and whatnot. And so understanding data to that level, and I would argue understanding the ethical implications of using data and the way that people are able to use it now is, again, a different kind of data literacy than what we might traditionally see from what you can learn on Coursera. Oh, the deep fakes. Yes, so I could spend like the next half hour showing you videos of things that have been orchestrated. So for example, after September 11th, after the bombings in the United States, after the planes crashed, the conspiracy theorists were on high alert. And they were insisting that there was no planes, that it never happened. And they were taking pictures or producing what they said were photographs to prove that no plane hit the Twin Towers. And so Photoshop was, you know, this was a long time ago. It was in its early days, and it was pretty easy to figure out that these things had been faked. Now, however, there is been advancements in the kinds of technologies that will allow you to do those sorts of things. And so it's often much more difficult to tell when things are not real. So 2 examples that have made the press recently, there was an article out yesterday, for those of you who are Star Wars fans. The article said that James Earl Jones was no longer going to voice Darth Vader in future Star Wars movies. Apparently they're preparing for when James Earl Jones is no longer around, and they have created an AI rendition, an artificial intelligence rendition of his voice, so that we can have him be Darth Vader for movies and movies and movies to come. Now, I'm assuming that's with his permission. It would make me sad if it was not. But that is the kind of thing that technology will allow us to do now, is now instead of having somebody have to do a voiceover for real, we can generate their actual voice. The other thing that has ethicists really concerned is there's a new program, artificial intelligence program called DALL-E, and I've played with it. It's fantastic. You type in any phrase that you want and it will render a picture of what it is that you asked for. So for example, I asked for a photograph of a Porsche 911 driving on the moon. And artificial intelligence has been trained to be able to generate what looks like a photograph of a Porsche driving on the moon. It's not 100%. There's still places where things are weird. I also asked for a picture of a happy moose skiing done in impressionist art style. And unfortunately, the moose had extra legs. So not perfect yet, but that is really where things are going. How do we limit the impact on the community? Absolutely fantastic question. And one of the things that I would argue is the place to start is to make sure that people understand what can be done with data of this type. And that's that data literacy level that we're talking about, is maybe you won't be able to spot the fakes right away unless you've got a moose with 5 legs. But knowing that this is possible, knowing that this is the way that data are now being used, and that we have these advances that allow these things to be created in such a way that it is very difficult to tell, that it helps people to be a little bit more questioning and a little bit more if something's too good to be true. It's always been the case. If something's too good to be true, it probably is. And so having people who are aware and can maybe help advance our ability to understand and to help to dismantle some of these deep fakes. I don't think that that's necessarily where IASSIST or the Africa chapter has its focus. I'm not sure that's where it should be, but it really is the notion of making sure that people are better informed about the power of data and the power of the kinds of uses of data that we have now that I think is going to be critical going forward. All right. I'm going to assume I'm done now.
Professor Sandra, can you hear us now? Yes, is my project supervisor, and therefore he will be welcoming us. I will allow you to tell the stories because I know that there will be stories to tell. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. First, I would like to recognize in our presence our parents in the LIS profession, Professor Larry Ainam, Professor Yapo Mabamungu. Those are the people that brought us up. They have always been our mentors, and they remain our mentors, and they will be our mentors forever. In fact, invitation to them, it was, I didn't labor hard to get them here. So I thank you very much, and sir, for raising this occasion. I also want to recognize in our presence the representative of the NLA, Nigerian Library Association, who is also the PRO of the association, Dr. P.O. And my chairman is the chairman of NLA Chapter is also here, and that is Mr. Adekoya Oshukoya. You are also welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you here this morning. We thank God for bringing you safely, particularly our foreign participants who came from Uganda and some other places. I recognize in particular Professor Okele Obura, of course, as I go on in my remark, I will mention him and of course many and some others who are. So on behalf of the organizing committee of the second Africa workshop of International Association for Social Science, Information Service and Technology, IASSIST, I actually welcome participants and guests to the opening ceremony of the workshop. I'm most delighted to especially welcome our foreign participants to Nigeria. We in Nigeria can see it's a real privilege to be given the opportunity to host the workshop, which is the second in Africa and the first to be held in West Africa sub-region. By way of reminder, IASSIST, which was founded in 1974, is an international organization of professionals working in and with information technology and data services to support research and teaching in the social sciences and beyond. It publishes IASSIST quarterly, a peer-reviewed index open access quarterly publication with bias for articles dealing with social science information and data services. Organizing a program of this nature is not an easy task, but with God's enduring mercy, we are here this morning for the opening ceremony of this workshop. We found invaluable the backing of the IASSIST president, Professor Sandra Kano, who spoke to us about 30 minutes ago. And our colleagues from Eastern and Southern Africa, particularly Professor Constance Obura Okelo, Chair, IASSIST Africa Chapter. Winnie Nekesa Kulo, IASSIST Africa Regional Secretary. Dr. Robert Uwene and Dr. Chifundo Kanjala, Winnie in particular was passionate about the workshop and was virtually here with us in Nigeria on a daily basis in the course of the preparation for this workshop. In fact, incidentally, right from Uganda, she will schedule Zoom meeting, and we are meeting, in fact, almost on a daily basis to really fine tune and put things in order for this workshop. Our job as members of the organizing committee was made less stressful by the unflinching support of the chief host, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Kayode Adepowaye, FASMN. He not only readily gave us institutional support for this workshop, but also provided the enabling environment beyond our expectations. I must say that he promised to be personally here this morning. Unfortunately, exigencies of office did not make it possible. He also promised to send one of the principal officers. We met them on positive visit this morning, but there were some other crowded programs which took them away and made it impossible for any of them to be here. So they still send their best wishes for us on this workshop. So we granted all that we requested for and added those things we did not request for, but which he considered essential for a robust and successful program of global standards. I've been fortunate to work locally with committed and enterprising people as members of the organizing committee. My co-chairs, in fact, I'm not just the chair, but we have co-chairs. Adetun Oyeyude and Olatuboso Bileye, they are my soulmates to the IASSIST conference in the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia in 2019. The three of us were in Sydney, and I can say that it was at that stage that we actually nurtured a dream of also hosting an IASSIST event in Nigeria. So Adetun is one who will not allow anything to stand in our way to achieve our goal, while another person who is constantly moving from one part of the world to another on official duty of the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture is ever ready to carry out whatever assignment is given to him from anywhere he may find himself at a particular time. So Olatuboso was so active in the preparation for this workshop. He's somebody who doesn't stay at home. He's always on the move, traveling around the globe. But whatever you ask him to do, he will do it wherever he may find himself. So, other members of the organizing committee, Grace Temidolu in Kenya, Mrs. Oladoyin Akiyola and Olubisi Ajibola played great roles in making this workshop a reality. Olubisi was ambassador in Abuja, the seat of government of Nigeria, where he interfaced with relevant public and private organizations on this workshop. Our keynote speakers, Professor Wole Olatokun. In fact, we owe him a whole lot of gratitude. He's been not only as a keynote speaker, we were constantly on his neck. He was also the first person to get here this morning, and he also involved himself in putting things in order for this workshop. We say thank you, sir. So, our keynote speakers, Professor Wole Olatokun, Professor Sandra Kano, and Professor Mantla Intobola occupied the university. Also considered The 12 are received as abstracts from the abstracts were reviewed and found worthy and suitable for the work. The they have therefore shown themselves the body partners in the planning of this motion. The contributions of other individuals and organizations that time will not permit me to specifically mention by name are gratefully acknowledged. Once again, I welcome you all to the second Africa workshop of IASSIST holding here at the Conference Center of the University of Ibadan, and wish every participant the most exciting and pleasant day in the ancient city of Ibadan. Thank you very much.
We have another round of questions. We will now take our Google messages. Therefore, I will be calling on Dr. Pius Olaojo to read us the address from the National Librarian. So let us first Dominic, sorry, the National President of the Nigerian Library Association, Dr. Dominic Omokaru.
Well, let me address established protocol. And they are representing the president, who is currently in Abuja as we speak, and sent me to represent him at this meeting. I don't need glasses. Well, it's titled a word from the president, Nigerian Library Association, who is in that time is also the chairman of our council. A good will message delivered by Pastor Dominic Amina Brown Omokaru, FNLE, FIOD, FCI, CLA, President and Chairman of Council of the Nigerian Library Association, at the occasion of the opening ceremony of the second regional workshop of the International Association of Social Science, Information Service and Technology, IASSIST Africa, holding at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. The chairman of the occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol, which I have adopted. It is with great pleasure that I present a good message at this milestone event of your association and the second regional workshop holding in Africa. The Nigerian Library Association identifies with the aims and objectives of IASSIST, and in particular, the theme of the workshop, which reads data literacy and the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is the age of technology, and if the capacity of our people with social sciences and library and information services are not developed, we may end up losing our jobs to technology, especially in this era of artificial intelligence, AI. The Nigerian Library Association is the largest LIS professional association in the continent of Africa, and our members must continue to sustain the profession by developing new skills to fit the fourth industrial revolution, so as to remain relevant. I'm particularly delighted, therefore, that this workshop is being held in Nigeria, because it will afford many of our members the opportunity to learn new skills that will enable them to deliver on their services in the emerging era. I'm happy because I've seen some of our members there, even at the top echelon of the profession. And I know they will also be able to unlearn some things, to be able to relearn. I thank the organizers for choosing to partner with us, and the NLA is committed to collaborating with the association in the future. I wish you a very successful workshop as we await your communique. At the end of the workshop, his personal contribution towards the hosting of the workshop will be communicated accordingly. I don't want to commit the error of saying I also made a pledge. That's why I decided to change that his contribution will be communicated. So I want to thank you very much and pray that God will bless you all. What I've just read is the address from Pastor Dominic Omokara, FNLD, CLA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Olaojo representing Pastor Dominic Omokara. And I can say with full chest that he has fulfilled his pledge even before we started. Thank you so much. And I hope he's probably watching and seeing that we really, really appreciate him. In fact, if you look in your program, you will see the names on the list of our donors. Perhaps I should just quickly thank our other donors. As spoken by Professor Adioye in his address, we say thank you immensely to the University of Ibadan for doing the much that they have done. It's really huge, considering that we have a strike action and we have people who have not paid salaries for many, many months, and yet we have this food. And we also want to say thank you to one of our former students in the Department of Library, Archival and Information Studies. He walked into Prof's office while we were holding one of our IASSIST meetings. And I just pulled his legs when he greeted me. Mama, I knew you. I did my thing in the I said, yes, where are you now? He said he's in the UK. He has left librarianship, he's doing this. I said, no, he's now Dr. I believe his first name is, yes, Dr. Adebile, and that he's now in the UK. And I said, you have to write a paper for this conference. I said, please, no, I don't think I'll be able to write a paper because my focus has changed, but I will give a donation. And he did. He sent that donation all the way from the UK. Thanks to our donor, Dr. Adebile. We also give back from where we have taken. That is what we demonstrated to us. Thank you so very much. And so the next goodwill message will be coming from the Nigerian Library Association. And we call on Mr. Adebayo Shokoya to give his goodwill message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I retain the existing protocol established. Good message by the chairman of the Nigerian Library Association, the Shasta, Barbara Adekoya Shokoya, at the second IASSIST regional workshop, West Africa, will be celebrated at the International Conference, University of Ibadan, between on 4th October 2020. The first chairman of the University of Ibadan, the first chancellor of the University of Ibadan, the national president, Nigerian Library Association, represented by Dr. P. Olaojo, FNL JP, chairman of the education, keynote speakers, special guests, all the participants, gentlemen of the press. It is with great pleasure that I formally welcome you all to this historic occasion, marking the second IASSIST regional workshop West Africa with the team, data literacy and fourth industrial revolution, at the conference center of the University of Ibadan. I give God the glory for giving me the opportunity to stand before you to chairman of the IASSIST chapter. On behalf of the elders, the association, the executive members, and the entire members, I welcome you all to this auspicious gathering. Truly, today is another special day. The fact that this second historic workshop is holding at the Prevalence University of Nigeria. This event, I believe, is organized to create more awareness about IASSIST and broaden the knowledge of all members and participants within Nigeria and West Africa in general. Equally, I frequently delighted because it is the first international workshop that this administration will be invited to present the message. We feel highly honored and humbled by some people that we have here today. The Oyo State chapter appreciates you for finding time for out of your very busy schedule to participate in this international workshop. God will further guide and guide you. I want to commend the planning committee of this workshop for proper planning and awareness. As you participants enjoy your stay within the university community. On behalf of the executive members and the entire member, I extend to you all our warmest welcome, especially those who travel long distances to this workshop. I thank you all for being part of today, and I hope that the knowledge gained at this workshop will greatly increase your service in offices. I wish you join masses to your respective destination. Thank you all for your attention and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashokoya, for that good message. I would now wish to ask if there are other goodwill messages that I have not been informed about, so that we can close that chapter and move on to the sessions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm very pleased to be here this morning. And I want to thank Professor Louis for inviting me to this ceremony. I am particularly happy because of the team that says that accuracy at the front of travel. Because when I make it or not, by now at the fourth and we Nigerians in Africa are not that we have to follow what is going on. The theory is not really enough. That we practicalize. When we talk about fourth industrial revolution, we talk about internet, artificial intelligence, robotics, nanotechnology, and so on and so forth. This we can always read. They have new practices. How do we move from theory to practice? And that is why today I want to commend the rest of the people's life. I wish I never here. So but they have demonstrated how you can now use fourth industrial revolution, particularly in libraries. If you have been following what's going on at that university, the now you have what's now that outside operations that direct things like that. All of sides. For this profession, which is really, for those of us who started the profession about 50 years ago, it has moved completely from what it was to the and we must update ourselves so that we can learn that. And that is why I want to commend the organizers for doing this workshop. And I'm very happy that this is the first one that we get in this part of the world, in West Africa. Yes. So that shows that we are getting there. And I pray that we succeed and we can all looking forward to communicate that we have about this workshop. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much. That applause was not professional. We will now move on the chairman of the Africa chapter of IASSIST in person of Professor Constance Oburu of Kenya to talk to us about IASSIST and give us an overview. And I can tell you sincerely, by the time he finishes speaking, you will just start looking, go and pick up the phone and register to become a member of IASSIST. Can we spell it again? IASSIST. IASSIST.
Is this meant for? Yes. Yeah. I think let me stand here. The chief host, the vice chancellor of Absentia, the keynote speakers, Professor Olakuku, Professor Samuel Kanon, who is the president of IASSIST, the local organizing committee headed by Professor Yola. Our partners, if you see behind the book, we have our partners. The distinguished participants in their respective capacities, we welcome you for this important workshop. As we go through this workshop, allow me to request participants to make reflections on a few things. There are key concepts that have been highlighted here: catalytic physics and the fourth industrial revolution. When you unpack it, there are so many things that are involved. One of them is the data protection, which is very important. Data analysis and visualization. Then these two concepts which are now very common: digitization and digitalization. These are, they look alike like twins, but they're not the same. But they are important aspects of the information management or organizational functions that we need to reflect on. The issue of the source of data, especially in fourth industrial revolution operations, source of the data, where we get more data from. So many sources are now involved in providing fake data and authentic data. So we need to reflect on that. And then also the legal and policy framework of data operations. What policy and legal framework we have in place for us to manage data. These are some of the issues that we need to reflect on. We need to engage our organizations. Especially that we now talk of cyber web, Internet of Things. So the policy and the legal framework of managing that becomes prudent. The data completeness, very important. I was asking myself if you're working in a university like me, or you are working at a university. Do we have complete data from human resources or decision making? Do we have complete data? If we were to ask the patrons of the library, for instance, that how many patrons are disabled that we are studying? Do we have that data? How many patrons are from outside Nigeria? Do we have that data? So the issue of completeness of data is an issue. And I want to agree with Professor Sandra Kanon that it's not just a matter of the figures, the graphs, but the accuracy of the data is very important. It's a challenge that we need to think about as we go through this workshop. Of course, my good friend, I always like calling her Ade. I don't know whether that that is acceptable to her.
It is.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. IASSIST African chapter, she participated when we launched it, was supported by the university like this, and also the IASSIST International, that was in Makerere University. Eventually, it culminated into the formation of the executive members of the chapter. And allow me to introduce the members. I happen to be the chairperson of the IASSIST chapter. Then we have Mr. Simon Gichu, who is the vice chairperson. He works with the Parliament of Uganda, Library Services. Then we have Willie Kesa Akulu, secretary. This one, she's known. She was once my student, a supervisor of the masters. So I always leave difficult things for her to handle. And I take cover under mentorship. So she knows she's already, that's why she's always very active in everything. And if she doesn't do it well, she knows I will not be happy, but I'm very happy she's excellent, excellent person. And the second to that is Ade, who represents the West Africa regional secretary, coordinator of the East African region. She's an excellent lady. We have always been, and she knows we always want the excellence in whatever we're doing. Thank you very much, Ade. Then we have Dr. Robert Wille, who represents East Africa. He works with Mustema University Library. Sorry, Chambo University Library. No, somebody from Mustema University here has been confusing me, talking to me, so I was somehow it's too much. Mustema University. Then we have Dr. Chifundo, who represents the South Africa. He's a mobilizer from there, the South African region. Then we have Mr. Antinon from Senegal, and he represents Central Africa. This, when you look at the composition, these are eminent professionals who are working in the different parts of Africa, and they coordinate activities from there. So it's because of the regional coordination and mobilization with the chapter and international, IASSIST International is the reason we are having this workshop. If she had not played a key role, we shouldn't have been in a position to have this workshop. IASSIST, I think your mass now will get you the structure of IASSIST. It is an international body, and also we have the African chapter with coordinators across Africa, and that's how it operates. The chapter relates with the international body that supports the activities that we always have. What do we do? This is one of the things that we do. We bring issues, topical issues for discussions that inform our work jobs, professional development, and see and find a way of how some of these issues can be addressed and further the knowledge of the members. And there is a misconception I've been hearing people talking, and even I was asked. It is not about librarians only. It is not about librarians only. Professionals who deal with data, who manage data, who teach data, who handle data, you qualify to be a member. As a librarian, the information scientist, you handle data, so you qualify to be members. of the association or the organization in that case. So please let us get this, because somebody who is handling maybe in the Ministry of Trade and Industry and dealing with data, or somebody from economic background like Professor Cannon, dealing with the data will qualify to be a member. So let us broaden that understanding of the IASSIST to include all those who are handling data. The statisticians, we handle data. There are even also the lawyers who handle data. I've come across them. So all of these qualify to be members of the IASSIST. The good thing, the good news is that the membership of IASSIST, I think at appropriate time, I also asked Willie, because I always ask her to give what I've forgotten to say on top of my speech, because our brain is fresher than mine. IASSIST, they have reduced for the developing countries. I don't know whether Nigeria is a low income country. It's Nigeria now. At least I know Uganda. You are supposed now to pay $25 per year to become a member, and the benefits are enormous. One of the benefits is what we are seeing here, the support towards this kind of activity. Quarterly webinars. You have seen us having webinars on topical issues. Those who have been very active on IASSIST Africa. Why should you be left out? There are those who are participating in this workshop who are also sponsored by IASSIST. Some are online. Those are some of the benefits. And then you get also the opportunity to network with global professionals who handle data, not only in your area of specialty, but in the entire data management professional body or field. So please, really at appropriate time, should give you the forms. If the forms are there, you see how you can join, and you start getting the numerous benefits associated with belonging to IASSIST. The chapter, the African chapter, what do we have? Because for any organization to be relevant, it must be vibrant and be responsive to the needs of the members. You will agree with me on that. One, we are about to start working on the strategic plan in conjunction with IASSIST International. This one I've already discussed with IASSIST International, because the strategic plan, I think, is also expiring. So we want to work with them and come up with a very strong strategic plan of the chapter. Two, develop data literacy curriculum for Africa. When we talk of data literacy, what is being taught in West Africa? What is being taught in East Africa, South Africa, Central Africa? So we need to be coherent in what we are teaching. So we are making consultation across the Africa continent so that we come with an agreed core courses that we need to have. Should University of Ibadan wants to have a workshop or to train, they could have this guiding curriculum and modify where necessary, depending on the context in which they want to train people. So this is going on. We already now we're about to start from data analysis for the data that has been collected. But I would also wish to maybe request Willie that we use this opportunity to give chances to some of the people who are more responding to the questioning to give their views before we begin the data analysis process. Continue with quarterly webinars. Whenever we have a webinar, we always come up with emerging issues. Then we organize another webinar. This will continue, and there are a lot of intellectuals, highly profiled people in Nigeria, and we're always happy to see them participating, and we learn a lot from them. Then strategic drive for membership, we want it to be sector-based. As I have said, it is not about librarians. There are people in agriculture who are dealing with data. How can we bring those members into the IASSIST chapter? There are those in the areas of medicine, dealing with a lot of data management. How do we bring those into membership of IASSIST? So the sector-based drive for membership will continue. Then another one, which also it is identify and recognize friends of IASSIST. Ade was talking here about those who have been supporting or they are still supporting. So we need to identify those members, those who believe that data is key and its management paramount. And we see how we can recognize those people who support or believe in the IASSIST activities. So how do you pay membership? The payment for the membership, all those details, the account details, we will give at appropriate time. I know time is a key resource, we talk and talk, but I would like to say that if you need any information concerning IASSIST, we are around up to the end of this workshop. And really, at the end, they are there to provide you more details on how you can become a member of the IASSIST group. Finally, allow me with a great honor to thank our partners, the DDI Alliance, who is a partner in Europe with the IASSIST International, and also wants to work with the chapter. Very good supporter of issues of data management, data literacy. So we are happy that they have maintained that relationship and support. Everyone, I think that we have the representatives here. I think if they are there, they will stand for recognition. Everyone. Yes, thank you very much for being with us always. Even last time when you were in Uganda, you were there with us. Thank you so much. And if you have not published or read literature or bought literature from Emirates, it's something you are missing. Go and think about it. Very useful resources are there. Then we also have University of Ibadan that has supported us. And of course, you know, we strike and we really sympathize with you. Being in strike for 7 months and paid and things here and there, that's difficult. We did not strike, we have been also striking, so we know how painful it can be in staff. I want to thank the members of the being there, despite all these challenges to support the cause of this workshop. Also, the IASSIST president, she was here online. She has also been very, very supportive. Very supportive. Where we are stuck, we run to IASSIST International to help us to support the activities. But we also want those kind of the IASSIST International to be in Africa. Yeah, we need them in Africa. When we are stuck, we run to them. Because of love for data, literacy, data management, big data, all that. So please, let's identify IASSIST International, which are in Africa, so that we can always run to. With that, on behalf of the chapter, I would like to wish you very fruitful discussion engagements for the good of our chapter and also the. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know the first. Yes. So constant. That's a story between me and him. Let me keep that to myself. Thank you very much, Paul. And yes, he mentioned emerald. All presenters for this workshop have the possibility of having their papers published in an emerald journal. Those who already submitted their full papers have had their papers forwarded onward. We are having preliminary reviews. So the rest of us who are lagging behind, because I'm one of them, I have not had time to complete my papers. Seriously, we have to pop up and submit our papers for possible consideration. And what will happen is that you'll be guided and told what to do to make your paper accepted. Emerald is a very, very, very high standard group of papers. For those of us who have published them, we know what it means. For those of us who need their promotions and the points in our universities when they are being considered, we know that if you submit a paper for an emerald journal, you get the points there flying high. So please let's cooperate. We are looking forward to having the papers in a special issue in one or two, because the way I'm looking at it, we might even need to split it. Maybe some will go to design places, some will go to help with this struggle. Thank you very much. And therefore, I think I'll be handing over to the chairman of the next session. We have to take some photographs. Yes, we have a bathroom break, and we take a group photograph. We have a group photographs before we now start the concurrent sessions. Thank you. Please come and arrange us. We have chairs that will be standing in. Okay. Sure. And let me just thank PN Logistics. We are paying them. They didn't give us for free, but I can tell you they gave us the hugest discount I have ever seen in this world. Please, a round of applause for PN Logistics. Please, let's take our pictures before we leave. Don't go, sir. 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes, sir. Photograph. Thank you. Thank you, sir. No, everybody in the building, in the room, should please take pictures with us. It's part of it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I have my professors in the Department of Library and Information Services. Some of them just walked in. Dr. Irene, please come forward now. For photographs. We need the representative of the Nigerian Library Association. This one. He will speak out tomorrow. Please, sir. He's coming. He told me he would be here. Okay. All right. Mimi, where are you? Coach. Oh. Why? In IASSIST, you remember we spelled it. Can we spell it again? IASSIST. IASSIST. We are leveling up. Not of living Please, can you come into the picture? Don't watch us. Okay, you want us to take the first group. Can we have the presenters and the participants? Then after that, we will now take the picture with the fellows. That is those who got the fellowships. But that's not the one with everybody. Everybody. Please climb on the post your make sure you see everybody. Can we have the national participants from Canada, from Kenya and Uganda, please. Participants from Kenya and Uganda. Please join the Professor Minister. If you are from Kenya and you are from Uganda, please join the picture. Co-chair, please join the picture. Co-chair. Come. Emily, where are you going? Are you not Uganda? I thought I was okay. Please, can we have Professor Bey in this picture? Can somebody get him, please? Oh, you see, okay. Just take this one, we'll take another one. Committee, please don't go away yet. Come around, please quickly. Planning committee and international participants. Planning committee. Make sure that your family is Thank you. Now, anybody else who wants to do a photo shoot? Oh, fellows, yes, where are you? IASSIST fellows, those of you who got fellowship, we want to send it to Professor Sandra so she can see your faces. I know that you are here. Let's go to fellows, all those who got fellowship, please be in this picture. Let us step aside. Only fellows. We are going to show, yes. And then the virtual ones are in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because there are 32 fellows. am a fellow. Fellows are those who do not pay. They will stay here. They came here by themselves because the IASSIST paid for them. Are we okay? We are jolly good fellows. We are jolly good fellows. We are jolly good fellows.
There are fellows online. There are fellows participating online. Do well to recognize them. Thank you.
They told me that I was singing the song that the Nigerians sing. And that's the song they sang for us when we were in Sydney, Australia. So I have the right to sing it. I am not a local. I am an IASSIST fellow. Thank you so much. Let me find out if the lunch is here. If it is not, we will just swing into the next session. Somebody pointed out that we did not pray. But you know something? Is there anyone here who did not pray before he left his house? If that person didn't pray, please, the person should come out now and pray for all of us. I need somebody who did not pray this morning to pray for us. We all pray. So, we now say in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. We are all blessed. Thank you. Yes, the fellows are online. Our media people, please check. The fellows online, if you are online and you are a fellow, just send the emoji. The emoji that claps. Tell them, if you see clapping emoji, then you know that there are fellows online. All our fellows online are appreciated. In actual fact, those of us here physically, when I was doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I was actually slotting in the online fellows. Did you notice that? No, did you notice that when they stood there, before I joined them, I was doing this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that was when I told you that they were actually 32 fellows. Yes, so I added them, and they took the picture with us. Yes or yes? Yes, thank you.
Only one person.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah,
Temi, I'm
here. Yeah, nice to connect.
That's the only person.
Online. If we open, who else? I think Ali Ibrahim. In fact, IASSIST really tried. You know, Pele shows it from South Africa. They spread it. We had fellows from South Africa, from Eastern Africa, from Western Africa. They did partiality when they gave more to those of us in West Africa. Please, a round of applause for IASSIST. Okay, thank you very much. Everybody is highly recognized. And so I will be handing over to the chair of the next session, who is Ms. Winnie Nekesa Akulu, and she will be taking the session on so the chairing the session on the theme, data literacy and considerations for industrial development. I think we should have, the three or four presentations. The first one is by Dr. Sarah. The next one is by Dr. Bonifacio, Mrs. Nola Doyin Akinola, and Professor Olumide. Please come forward if you are here. Two of them are online, two of them are here in person. Meaning is thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's supposed to be a bit lower. I don't know. I've heard from her.
She don't.
You know yourselves. Thank you very much. They have wanted to share before lunch. Just want to make sure that lunch is not ready. Occupied that we are aware, we want to have our lunch between 1 and 2. That's how our brains are programmed. So I just want to be sure that
You are I will look for the variables and sentences. But if you know the flag, you will that's when it's flag.
okay.
Can we put flag in? Okay. Load flag.
Most
Bonifacio. Yes.
Then once we are done,
you can share. Yeah, you can share it.
So as I told us, maybe my name is really example, but you already been. And the theme for this session is data literacy and considerations for industrial development. We have 4 presenters. One is Dr. Flavio from Italy. Dr. Flavio is also an IASSIST committee member representing the Europe at large. Europe, of course, is bigger than Asia, so they have a number of sections that have different representatives that represent the different regions or countries within Europe. We also have Dr. Sarah. I'm not good at pronunciation, so I'm going to mention the first names, especially the Nigerian names. That's why we presented coding at the it took me about 2 years to get the right pronunciation. I also have Dr. Press and Professor Abalola. Professor Abalola, I got it right. Fred, please clap for me. I think that's all the presenters are presenting online and that who are here physically. So I think for interest of time, we start with Dr. Flavio, who is online, so that he's able to share with us his presentation on enhancing data literacy, teaching data analysis. Thank you very much.
Dr. Flavio, you can unmute yourself and share your screen, please.
Sorry, I'm here, but it's my turn. I'm Flavio. It's my turn, Winnie, to speak.
Okay. Dr. Flavio, you can unmute yourself.
No, I'm here. I'm Flavio. Yes.
You can share your screen, please.
It's my turn to speak. Flavio, I'm Flavio. Okay, I start with my presentation. You see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay.
You can continue.
I can continue. Okay. Thank you for inviting me to present at your IASSIST chapter. And I want to start. Maybe you have already heard this kind of things I will tell you today, but sometimes repeat is good. This presentation follows this path. I will tell you a story, but I want that you and I want to underline some methodological steps. Although also the substantive things are important. I read it because I think it's better for me. I think there are at least two complementary ways to think to data literacy. The first one considers data literacy as an ability to read the data. This ability is the capability to correctly interpret the data, putting them in the right context, knowing the fundamental benchmark needed to understand the data meaning. No special technical ability is requested for this kind of data. Maybe some ability to present and to communicate, but no more. The second one considers the data literacy as an ability to work with data. This implies more technical ability for assessing and exploiting data. In this case, data literacy approaches data analysis, thought as a fundamental part of data literacy. In this presentation, I will adopt this second point of view. I try here to explain what is data literacy by means of an example. As I said before, giving some hints about what kind of problem we meet during data analysis, I liken what kind of tools must be in the toolbox of a data literate. First, data literacy begins when the data enter into a model. Without a model, there are no data, or at least there are no meaningful data. So, understand how the data enter the model is the first thing a data literate data literate must do. The model may be a sample sentence or more sentences linked together in some way to be verified with an ordered sequence of data. For example, Nigeria is the largest population in Africa, or Nigeria is more populated than Ethiopia, which is the second most populated country in Africa, etc. You may note that more sentence you have in your model, more data you need to verify it. I have to put ahead a warning. Also, the models have to be simple. Don't trust too simple models. They try to recognize the oversimplification. Albert Einstein said, everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. That is, you can do a simple model that is still simple is not synonymous of easy. That is the meaning of this sentence. The example I try to do is this is I take this from a book, Freak Economics, was published in 2005 by Levitt and Dubner. The second title is Where Are All the Criminals Gone? The question is why in early 2000 in the United States the crime rate decreased against every expectation. Was the theory the authors adopted is that's why in 1973 the right of abortions was extended to all the Federation of United States, following a sentence in the Supreme Court that extended the possibility to abort on all Federation. And well, I read this sentence. In the 1973, the Supreme Court ruled that women in consultation with their physician have a constitutionally protected right to have an abortion in the early stages of pregnancy, that is before viability, free from government interference, where viability means potentially able to live outside the mother womb, albeit with artificial aid. Adding that viability is usually placed at about 7 months, 28 weeks, but may occur earlier, even at 24 weeks. The theory say what? Why did this? That's why in 1973 the right to abortion was extended toward the Federation. Causes the decrease of criminal facts. This sentence. The abortion is most frequent among people that are unable to properly educate the children because they are living at risk of poverty and of social marginalization. Without abortion, probably they will bear borderline children. That means that in 1973, law giving the woman the right of abortion canceled the crime at birth, literally. How we can contrast this theory? How we can also demonstrate this theory? The first things we have to do with whatever is the theory is to link to the data. Linking the data sometimes requires to find a proxy. The authors used the race as a proxy of well-being, and they said we may expect more abortions among Black women than among white women. That's why in the United States, Black women suffer more from poverty and social margination. That was true at least 20 years ago. I don't know. I wasn't never in the United States. Proof. The theory, we need numbers. The number for example, in this case, we need the number of women having an abortion per year in a given period of time, the number of crimes per year in a given period of time. Due to the availability of data, we chosen the years between 1990 and 2007 as a period limits. Always you have to do with these constraints. Sometimes data are at your disposal only in a period of time and not in others. I said the first thing we have to, the second thing we have to do once we have chosen the data we need is to harvest the data. To harvest, for example, on the web, and there are here links, but I did it before, so we can reach the table in which data are from year 1990 to 2007, and you have the population of women in between 15 to 44, the number of abortion and the rate per 1,000 women, and all this data divided by white, black, and other races. This comes from the United States Census Bureau statistical abstracts for the United States 2012. Sometimes with the table comes the data too. This is an Excel an Excel file with the data that in this way you can manage. The second things we have, the second variable, we call this data variable. From the 1990 to 2007, we have the numbers of crimes per 100,000 people. And the second column is the change. What we note, we note that it's not possible that 1990 is 92,000 and the year after is only 9,000. That is, we find when we are looking for data, the problem of the quality of the data. And we have to check the data. In this case, we have here an error, and we miss 3 years of data, 2003, 2004, 2005. So we have to do something. For example, to correct the first error, I've taken this percent, 40.4, and using it, I correct the number, which is not 90 point, but 97.05. This is one that we methodologically thinking, we had the problem of data quality. Now we correct the data, and the correction is literally the correction in this case, but we have to replace missing data too. For example, how we do to invent the number of crimes for year 2003, 2004, 2005 that are not reported. We using the usually we use, sorry for the repetition, the interpolation technique that consists simply in computing the regression to over the existing data, and then use the estimated regression coefficient for the missing year. You see is here. So in this way we complete the data and we can continue our work after edited the data. And what we discover with this number, if we compute the probability probability to have an abortion is this column, we discover that's true that white people has 2% probability to have an abortion when the black ones have 6%. This probability is decreasing over the year because this is true in 1990, but in 2007, you will see that the difference is diminishing. The note is the abortion in United States decreased in the period. The probability to have an abortion is higher for black women, but the difference in probability given the race black, white decreased. So if we speak about probability, the probability to suffer from an abortion is higher among black women. That's enough to say that abortion makes the crime slowing down. Point one suggests that estimates the relationship between abortions and crime. But remember that the theory says that the abortions increase causes a decrease in the number of crime. If the theory is true, we might expect a negative relation. Another hint comes, that's one thing that I will show you after the second slide. Another hint comes analyzing the absolute values just seen above. If you change the independent variable and compute the probability over this total, we discover that the 64% of white had an abortion against 31% of black in 1990. This is white abortion was 3 times more than black abortions, and this continued to be true in 2007. Looking at the percentage of the abortions distributed by race, we note that white women counts almost twice abortions than the black woman, both at beginning and at the end of the period considered. Remembering that race in this case is a proxy of well-being, it seems that it's the well-being that brings the abortion increase and therefore the crime decrease. That's, I think it was surprising for me, but if you treat the probability as they have to be treated, to be managed, you will come to this conclusion. But furthermore, we look at the relationship between abortions and crimes over the time. To do this, we reshape our file, joining the abortion column to the crimes column. We call this work, though, from the point of methodological point of view, data management. The file looks now like this. We have a column for year, a column for crimes, a column for aborts. And if you compute the regression, we find that the regression coefficient, this one, is positive. That means that the relation is direct. More aborts, more crimes. Less aborts, less crimes. This is exactly the contrary of what the theory said. The plot shows that the observed points, the stars, are not so far from the straight line that represents the linear estimation. Yes, we can conclude against the theory the angular regression coefficient is positive. There is a positive relationship between crimes and aborts. The theory, when the numbers of aborts increase, the number of crimes decrease, is false. First. Second, there is an objection that to this computation, because the author would say that it's 30 years before that abortion counts on the decreasing of crimes. But first of all, this is not true, because if you choose another span of time, the coefficients turn to be positive. But when we have R squared, this is the percent of splined variability over the total of variability of 87%, it remains only 13% to be explained. So also computing, if they say to be autoregressive models, remains too few variation to be explained. And so, once more, the theory is to be refused. Allora, what is the to be underlined from this? Through the example, we presented several tools: data harvesting, data quality, data management, data analysis that must be in the data literate toolbox. The last one is the communication tool. Take this presentation as an example, if you can understand what I want to say. Maybe this is not perfect, this presentation, but just in the path it holds its own place. Remember that the most important result will not be appreciated if poorly presented. It has been said this morning. As Bertrand Russell once said, it is sometimes necessary to choose between clarity and precision, and an enlightening clarity without serious distortions is to be preferred to an obfuscating precision, especially in the newspaper. Showing different ways we can shape the data to verify theories, I hope we can understand better that the data literate work is not an easy job. So, at least at basic level, data analysis and data science, I would say, is an important tool that data literate must have. What we have done in Turin to expand this, Turin is a country, is a city north of Italy, and what we have done to expand these competences, we started with this master teaching data analysis for business intelligence and data science. The master is a joint project of University of Turin and Metis Ricerche. Teaching data science, Master Adab is to be intended as a support for data literacy too, in the sense I said before. It's hard to imagine a data literate without a basic, at least a basic knowledge of data science tools indeed. As I hope to have outlined in the previous slide. We organized this this master in several paths that are data management, statistical analysis, data modeling, segmentation and scoring. All of these are being intended to be taught on the field with having dirty hands in the data and the program tools. I think in 10 years to have demonstrated that this kind of things is useful also for a data literate. And one thing more, we do this mixing the abilities of people. There are scientific sciences and also humanistic science, sociological and economic, that have been put together to build this new culture that is the data scientist, the unicorn from this morning. So we have to have many abilities. To tell a story, one must have abilities and to have learned much more than the language in which the story is being told. So I think I finished this. Also, if you want to know more, you have to. These are the things we teach in this master, but it's not so important. If you want to know more, you have to link to this website, the master.w.it. The most important thing is that we try to teach data. Teach the things are needed by data literate from the point of view of the experience of the field. To conclude, data literacy may be declined in two ways, the way of reading data and the way of working with data. Telling the story of abortions and crimes, we discovered the tools the data literate needs to work with numbers. I think, to show you how this is important to build the toolbox of data literacy. The steps, most important thing are data harvesting, data quality, data management, data analysis, and communication. So I'm finished. If you have some question, I pray you to write them on the chat, and so I will answer to you as soon as possible. Sorry if I've taken more time than.
Round of applause for Dr. Thank you very much, Dr. I think from what I've got from his presentation, that as Liberians, we need to find ways of how we can simplify our data. That can be through data visualization. These are new trends in librarianship. We should not only sit behind our shelves without books, but we need also to learn some of these new trends to make us more acceptable in this knowledge society. So we need to learn some of these new technologies, terminologies. We are sort of data management, we are sort of data harvesting, and that's where we are going as librarians. Thank you very much, Prof. I don't know if there's anyone who has a question that would like to ask him. Anyone? Since there's no question. Anyone from the chair with a question?
No question.
Dr. Sarah, ready for the presentation?
Dr. Sarah. What's the sound?
Dr. Sarah, ready for the presentation? Thank you very much, Dr. Franco. I shall get to you if there are any questions from the participants via email.
Let's call up Dr. Adefunke Bijua. Okay. Dr. Adefunke Bijua, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Can I go ahead to share my screen?
Okay. You can share your screen, Doctor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you see it, please?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right. Good afternoon, Winnie, and all protocols are duly and well observed. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers of this workshop for the opportunity I have to present at the workshop commencing today. Like it has been mentioned, Adefunke Sarah Ebijua, and I'll be speaking on integrating data literacy into information literacy programs. Any difference? My presentation will be centered on the outlines we have on the screen, background to the discourse, concept of literacy, information literacy, and data literacy, theoretical underpinnings, pushing data literacy for the fourth industrial revolution, integrating data literacy in libraries, undergraduate instruction and curriculum, and how can data literacy and information literacy be taught synergistically? And I'll conclude. Data is not a new concept, but only recently has it been discussed outside of the information technology field because of its role and significance, which are ever increasing in every area, ranging from governance to education by virtue of digitalization. And like the president mentioned when she was giving a speech, data has infiltrated into every aspect of human lives. And data enables individuals and organizations to make more informed choices, and it is vital to the success of organizations around the world. Data has been defined as an object, a variable, or a piece of information that has the perceived capacity to be collected, stored, and identifiable. And data now informs all kinds of areas of the modern world, and with its good use leading to better decision making. The significance of data is being widely recognized, such that various studies by scholars have considered data as the new oil of the 21st century. We have different types of... Hello?
Slide mode so that we can view it well.
You said what, please? Can you see me? Hello?
We can see the slide, but can you put it on the slide mode so that the text can
Okay.
we can see it.
Can you see it now? Is it better? Hello? Hello?
We can see it, but just put it on slideshow.
I've already done that. It's on slideshow.
No, it's not.
Wow. It's already on slideshow. Okay.
You can continue. You can continue.
All right. Okay, like I was saying, we have different types of data. We have it in numeric form, we have it in text form, and under the numeric, we have counts, we have values and measures, while under the text format, we have articles, transcripts, and form input. We have media formats, we have it, under media formats, we have images, we have graphs, we have charts, and we have it in mixed form, which is the combination of numeric text and media. You may want to ask, why is it necessary? What is the essence of this data? Why is everyone talking about it? You will find that despite the ubiquitous nature of data, individuals, if data is everywhere, and if individuals don't have the competence, they are not empowered with the competence to use the data, they will not be able to use it effectively. And this is the idea that we're selling, which is data literacy. And another thing is that an apparent disclosure that emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic has created a sort of an increased awareness of data and data literacy, which has made data literacy to become the new reality and the universal language of the fourth industrial revolution. And again, the impact of the fourth industrial revolution on education is quite extensive, both in terms of what universities can or should contribute to the advancement and how programs and learning must change. So, and this indicates that in order to succeed in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, data literacy is essential. And data literacy has been considered as a crucial skill for the 21st century citizens. And it is also a requirement for making data-based decisions, and also to be better positioned to succeed in and outside of the workforce in the 21st century. Undergraduates must be provided with the foundational knowledge of data literacy, which is very crucial. Concept of literacy, information literacy, and data literacy. UNESCO has defined literacy as the ability to identify, understand, interpret, create, and communicate and create and compute using printed and written materials associated with varying contexts. While information literacy has been defined as a set of abilities requiring individuals to recognize when information is needed and have ability to locate, evaluate, and use effectively the needed information. Although data literacy has no common definition, but the world has evolved to become data-driven, and the concept of data and the need for data literacy has been expressed by scholars. Data literacy on its own can be defined as the component of information literacy that enables individuals to assess, interpret, critically assess, manage, handle, and ethically use data appropriately. And you could see that from this perspective, information literacy and data literacy form part of a continuum. Data literacy is, like I said, is very essential, and individuals need to be empowered with the competence to use it. Otherwise, they will not be effective at the use. And so individuals need to be, they need to be data literate for the overall benefits of the organization. Competency is a set of skills, related knowledge, and attributes that allow an individual to successfully perform a task or an activity within a specific function or job. This is very crucial for any individual who would be data literate. Data literacy shares the same theoretical underpinning. Data literacy shares the same theoretical grounding as information and statistical literacy. And data literacy is at the intersection of information and media literacy, which represent two theoretical approaches to the notion of literacy. Now, to pushing data literacy for the fourth industrial revolution. What is the fourth industrial revolution? The fourth industrial revolution is simply referred to as the Industry 4.0. We have had the first industrial revolution, the second, the third, and we are talking about the fourth one, which is just a fundamental shift in the way technology, communications, data, and analytics impacts almost all aspects of society and the economy, businesses, governments, and parts of everyone's life. And this fourth industrial revolution is rapidly transforming workplaces into workspaces, just like smartphones accelerated expectations of access and convenience. The same is taking place in business. The scalability of the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence in the data center, and software embedded machine learning is creating large shifts in business data expectations and demand. And like Umar observed, that while data is becoming more influential than ever, the big problem is that most of us are not good at understanding and making sense of the data. And this is where the workforce needs to enhance and improve their data literacy. Again, data is the new language, and real need for data literacy, there's a real need for data literacy both in the workforce and as a catalyst for business transformation and success. And so individuals and companies that would succeed moving forward are those ones with robust and evolving data skills. And again, to be able to participate and thrive in the new economy, data literacy is very essential. Also, for companies to successfully implement data transformation and initiative, data literacy is also very important. But basically, data literacy will allow undergraduates to fully engage and tackle the new challenges, threats, and opportunities that will face them in the years to come. Integrating data literacy in libraries, instruction, and curriculum. Data literacy instruction is still emerging in academic libraries. However, a few prominent initiatives have emerged in recent years, documenting their literacy programs and results. Shorey's 2015 recommends a generally useful class such as research methods, allowing for a fluid environment to apply skills. And Carlson and Justin also suggested that developing an effective and successful curriculum starts with learning the needs of your constituency. And this will help to determine which learning goals and outcomes will resonate with and benefit the students. Also, several other authors recommend integrating data literacy into other literacy education. And this is because of the overlap in competencies. While there are many different views and competencies currently being associated with data literacy, the model by Prado and Mazal has been adopted in this study because it is built on the commonalities found among these competencies. And the framework is inspired by the general structure of information literacy standards. And it includes most of the aforementioned common competencies. It also translates competencies into instructional topics or units to facilitate interpretation and direct implementation. How can data literacy and information literacy be taught synergistically? Data literacy is a competency that is as essential as information literacy, and the two are complementary and clearly form part of libraries' educational role in the furtherance of the significant use of information resources to generate knowledge and innovate. The inclusion of data literacy in libraries' instructional program is therefore—
Hello, Doc.
Hello?
Hello, Doc.
Hello?
You're not changing your slides.
I'm changing them. I don't know why you're not seeing them.
Yeah, it's not moving at all. Can you send it to me on WhatsApp?
When I'm finished. Is it now?
Okay, no problem. I understand. You can continue.
Can you see it, please?
No, it's still not moving. It's static. No
Okay,
problem. You can continue.
I'm trying to reshare it. Can you see it now?
Yes. You
You can see it now. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
We can see now. Better view. You can
All right.
continue.
So, like I was saying, how can data literacy and information literacy be taught synergistically? Data literacy is a competency that is as essential as information literacy, and the two are complementary, which clearly form part of libraries' educational role in the furtherance of the significant use of information resources to generate knowledge and innovate. And the inclusion of data literacy in libraries' instructional programs is therefore wholly justified. Again, librarians have a roadmap for information literacy education in universities. Librarians have been teaching information literacy for years, and by focusing on data literacy, it just makes sense, you know, for them to expand the teaching of information literacy to include data literacy. Again, a core curriculum for the promotion of data literacy should be developed, implemented, and evaluated with a focus on knowledge about basic data skills, the application of data literacy, the responsible handling of data and data management, as well as ethical aspects and critical thinking regarding the use and interpretation of data. As I conclude, in the fourth industrial revolution, data literacy is imperative as a crucial skill for the 21st century citizens. It is therefore logical to conclude that the integration of data information literacy in undergraduate library instruction and curriculum is entirely appropriate. This is to provide undergraduates with a foundational knowledge of data literacy, a requirement to thrive in the 21st century workforce. And in what follows, to meet the compelling technological change in our contemporary times, A core curriculum for the promotion of data literacy should be developed, like I earlier mentioned, implemented and evaluated with a focus on knowledge about basic data skills, the application of data literacy, the responsible handling of data and data management, as well as the ethical aspects and critical thinking regarding the use and interpretation of data. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, you can drop it at the chat section. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Funke,
Yes.
for the
Thank
presentation.
You. Thank you.
Is regulated by the state. And then the aim is what? Equitable distribution of wealth. All right? Unlike in capitalism, where if you invest enough and you are smart enough, you can make it, you know, whatever profits. And now we have varied opinions about the morality, so to speak, of capitalism as an economic system. Adam Smith is one of the opinion leaders about capitalism, who believes that capitalism is good. In fact, it has done a lot of good. Capitalism has helped to improve our wealth and living standards as human beings, as far as Adam Smith and his followers are concerned, because it has given equal opportunity for everybody to invest. So if you're lazy and you're poor, it's a lot. You have what? The opportunity to think, create wealth, and make it profit. Okay? It creates opportunity, like I said, to also meet the needs and wants of others. As a capitalist, what you do is you sit down and think, what do people really need? What do they want? So you create products, okay, that can satisfy human wants and needs, and for you to make your profit. There is freedom of choice also for in terms of what you produce, okay, how you produce. All of these are open, okay, and made free to participants, unlike what we have in the socialist or any other economy that's aligned to that, where the state controls strictly, okay, the market. Now, of course, to Adam Smith and his people, this is the best that we can have. Of course, there is no state in the world that actually practices, the purest form of capitalism. Most of the time, we have a mixed economy, like what we have in Nigeria, where the state still controls certain aspects of the economy and some are left to the private players. Okay. All right. Then we also have the other, we have opposing views, okay, of capitalism, and Karl Marx is one of the loudest voice against capitalism. They believe that capitalism is a tool for what? Economic and political domination. Okay, the capitalists are out, to monopolize, the economy, and by the end of the day, what you have is a wide margin between those who are actually making the money and those who are struggling to survive. Most times, those who form the labor group. All right, and they said it is run by what? A network of transnational corporations. Okay, whose aim is what? Monopoly. Because of the intense competition, okay, we see organizations doing everything possible, to edge out other players in the market. And that's one of the problems of capitalism as far as Karl Marx is concerned. Besides, it also leads to what is called the crony capitalism, because the state has to play some roles, in capitalist space and state. And the state has to control to some extent how the different participants play, because they have to play fair to ensure that the consumers and labor, are protected to some extent. And in this intervention, we find oftentimes that the owners of the capital often form alliance with government. We see that play out in Nigeria. Those big corporations, they have allies with government officials, and that leads often to corruption. Okay, they are benefiting at the risk of the essence of, those of us that are just trying to make daily living, serving the capitalists to make our ends meet. Arguments against capitalism.
Okay.
Now, before I am not against capitalism. What I've done is to show us the different opinions about capitalism. But in the literature, we are now seeing new forms of capitalism emerging. Some scholars have argued that capitalism actually can, play out in different forms. It can metamorphose, okay? And that's why we are seeing all sorts of capitalism. In fact, as I was going through, as I was researching on this topic, I found that I could list about 10 different types of capitalism now. There's what we call information capitalism, surveillance capitalism, data capitalism, digital capitalism, knowledge capitalism. Actually, everything is now. So there are new forms of capitalism, and I'm just going to zero in on two of them: digital capitalism and data capitalism. Now, digital capitalism actually describes this regime of accumulating, wealth, okay? A new regime of accumulation where, in which case, we try to control some, key players actually try to control, a social, something is missing there. We try to control, our habits, our behavior, based on the fact that they have access to certain, sorry, please move to the next. Previous. Yeah. It's a system, an economic system, sort of, in which, everything revolves around digital corporations who provide infrastructure that we need, okay, to do our daily, activities, whether we are doing business or whatever. They provided this infrastructure, and we are constrained, to use them. That describes exactly what we have today. You will see that when you get your laptop, you want to download Google Chrome, you don't need to pay for Google Chrome. You don't pay for Google Chrome. You want to use Facebook, just do what? Create an account. There are so many services like that these digital corporations make available freely, okay? But somebody said if you're not paying for it, if you're not paying for the product, you are what? The product. And that's exactly what happens. That is what the digital economy, capitalism is about. As you use those infrastructure that have almost become like, the basic infrastructure that our government provides, you are giving something, but you don't even realize it. They have come to realize that what you are giving is more important to them because it's the new oil. That's what leads us to what? Data capitalism. This infrastructure, of course, they don't provide the internet, but the services that they provide, you cannot use it without them making it available, or it's difficult for us to use those things. In fact, they have become part of our everyday life. You cannot but send emails, you cannot but chat. Google Doc, Google this, Google Classroom. Even during COVID, when we were paying, through our nurses to upgrade on Zoom, Google made its own platform freely available. Until now, we still use Google Classroom. We don't pay anything for school. Okay. Now, what are we giving to Google in return? Google is taking care of itself. Yes, please. Okay. So it's a system in which social and economic dynamics. Okay, we go around digital corporations and their infrastructure. Okay, I've given examples of Google, Facebook, and some of that. Yeah, thank you. Let's move on.
Move on.
Next.
Next up.
Yeah.
So, hold on. Like, is this okay?
Data capitalism. All right. Like I mentioned, data capitalism actually results from digital capitalism. They are very, very closely linked. Move to the next one, please.
Okay.
Just get that one.
Okay. The next one.
Yeah, it's okay. You see, it's a market-driven system in which our personal data becomes, what? The commodity. That's what we call it, commoditization of personal data of users. That is why when they get their money from, they come to realize that it can be sold to third parties, or it can be mined and analyzed. Why? So that they can now understand our behavior. They will profile you as a user or profile a group of people and target them for what? For advertising, for products advertisement. Okay, at the end of the day, they are gradually shaping our tastes, our behavior, they are shaping our orientation, even taking control of our political, ideas and affinities gradually. So it's a kind of social what? Control. It's a kind of social control. Interestingly, all the devices that we have in our homes, gradually are becoming what? Sources for collecting data about us. So I want to share some weight. Okay, I want to share some weight. So I buy this wristwatch, buy this the fitness tracker, and I'm using it, and everything about me is what being captured. I don't know where it's going. You may not even know. Our smartphones collect data about us. And now we talk of what? In the fourth industrial revolution, okay, in which we now talk of what? Interconnectedness of all these devices, and even some technologies that we have not started to imagine their capability. Nanotechnology, quantum computing, Internet of Things, and all of these, we have them coming up now, and gradually they are beginning to infiltrate even every aspect of our lives. And our data is going to be captured by all of these technologies. Now, what happens to us as Africans? Where do we stand? How do we relate to this emerging situation? Some scholars agree that 4IR actually contains what? Fundamental changes. It will change the way we work. It will change the way we live. We cannot imagine how, but we have to be prepared. Thank you. Please move on. Of course, there are benefits. So many benefits have been recorded. Reduction in cost of production, that is very good one. That means products will be cheap. When you talk of 3D printing, being used to create products. Greater control over production process, more reliable and better quality outputs, increased productivity. All of these are good for business. They are good for business. Better access to electricity and water, reduce emission, better waste management, and so on and so forth. This is very good. Yes, next. Okay. But then, do we have the capability to, the technological capability to actively participate in the fourth industrial revolution? Do we have the legal framework to be able to deal with data capitalism? Do we have, the basic infrastructure to enable us to participate? We are talking of electricity, internet. Okay, how many of the cities, or not say cities, maybe cities are less, the villages and towns around us actually have internet access? When you move out of this place, you know that your data, you may not be able to, access your WhatsApp and some stuff again because you lose access to data. All right? The technological gap is already widening. When you are talking of quantum computing, you're talking of nanotechnology, those things still look like some fuzzy, science fiction stuff in our heads, in our minds, but they are real. Okay, and we, if we are not active players, we may be victims. Okay, of course, definitely there will be job losses between, I don't know what to say for the side. Okay, and increase in unemployment, even though there have been lots of reports that there will be new jobs that will be created. Sure, new jobs will be created, but how prepared are we to take on such jobs? Yeah. So, how should we address this challenge? There was an emphasis on science, technology, and engineering, mathematics, education, or STEM education. Most of us, maybe I should just use myself. we have phobia for anything that has to do with mathematics and figures. Yet, we cannot be talking of data literacy. We cannot be talking of participating actively in the fourth industrial revolution without being mathematically inclined, or at least be a little bit open. Okay, we have to lose that phobia. We have to get to that, and we have to encourage our children. Okay, we have to encourage those in the secondary school, to be more open. We have to find innovative ways to make maths, and the sciences more attractive, more comfortable, for children, the youth, because they are the ones that will be most affected by this. All right. Improving the quality, I think I've mentioned that curriculum review for library and information science. In the past, I think like mathematics was not the requirement for library and information science class. But we need to know that that cannot continue if we really want to be relevant in the scheme of things today. Okay, that means we have to find a way to educate ourselves as educators and also to help the young ones. Right? Faculty training in data literacy, I think IASSIST is doing very well. Thank you very much. And I believe that this is just the beginning of what is coming, in terms of empowering the faculty. And we ourselves as educators can use books, and so many other open learning platforms to actually enlighten ourselves, to broaden our understanding of these things, and even help to develop certain skills. We find that some course tools that have been prepared online, they even demystify some of those things that we are afraid of if we take our time to really learn. And of course, how to adopt lifelong learning attitude. That is a given. That is the only way we can survive in this hour. And then there is a very fundamental one that I'm sorry is limited in that slide. That is as African nations, because we are the ones, if we have to vertically, demarcate where we are, we are at the very bottom when it comes to access or ability to participate in the post-industrial revolution. So we will have to think together to come up with different frameworks that would work for us as the continent and even at the local country-based level. How we will deal with how people use data. Because I am not very sure, maybe we have lawyers in the house who can speak us further, that our laws, and policies are adequately suited to, protecting us as a people from, data, from data capitalists, and all that, and what they have to do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that great presentation. Loving these presentations, they are really very informative. Maybe share with you a story about how I came IASSIST. I work with Prevalence. Prevalence is a statistics office in Uganda, where I'm a librarian. And as you all know, we think that librarians only do about books. So I was forced to go and do a statistics course to fit into the organization. So once I got that course, I was able to recommend it all to send clients to come to me to get data from the different stores that we had. Now, what did this mean? It meant that I was not only giving out books, but I was also providing data to our clients. And with the kind of knowledge that I gained, it also exposed me to be part of IASSIST. because that time was my boss, who was the regional secretary of IASSIST. So IASSIST, so that I had an interest in data, he recommended me to be part of IASSIST. So it has been a journey, and from IASSIST, I've been able to learn lots and lots regarding data management. So I encourage all of us here to go a step further. You know, sometimes we migrate for our employers to take us for training. But currently, there is no funding, as we are all aware, but there are all these resources that we have. The IASSIST After Chapter, we have been sharing webinars, sharing knowledge from all different kinds of people who have been being part of this webinar. So let's take opportunities and utilize these resources so that we improve on our data skills. And also, I believe that if you have these extra skills from what you have as a librarian, you will be much more relevant to the institution. And thank you very much. And we have taken note of the recommendations. I saw proper writing them down. As IASSIST Africa chapter, these are the kinds of issues that we want to deal with as we work with our partners and work with the IASSIST Global. Yes, there are all these kinds of issues, but what we have as Africa, that we can work together as Africans to solve our own problems. So through this forums, we're able to get these kinds of issues, and then we're able to present to them so that they can support us. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our doctor. But I really appreciate it. Our next presenter. Hey, sorry, question. I got so excited.
Thank you so very much for a very informative presentation. But I would like to start with the comment you made midway. You said something about if you're not paying for a product, then you are most likely the product, which so far has been very true of African countries. Very, very true. You see today, we hear of citation databases, impact factor, rankings, and all that. These are things that are very common amongst us as those of us in the higher institutions. And we see that because we are not contributing, we are not productive, we are not bringing anything to the table, we have not shown any readiness so far to be part of the fourth industrial revolution. I simply just advise that global economy, because that is the trend to which the economies of the world is going. Anyways, to summarize, my question is very simple. I try to just bring this small things mentioned as to, and especially as it relates to the institution, education, that's the title of the work. How can our higher education institutions rather become a part of this industrial revolution? Because I pay close attention to everything you said. Yes, you gave us all the points, but I need to really hear how we can become contributors. So how can our higher education institutions become a part of this global economy? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. That was a very wonderful presentation. And I actually learned a lot from the presentation. My concern actually, as the earlier professor said, that this association is not actually from the Nigerians, but nevertheless, we know the contribution of Nigerians when it comes to information, collection, dissemination, and use. And also with the use of data, we have a lot of information in the library. As regards the numbers of library users on a daily basis, we are not taking statistics. The number of the time, the watch hours in the library, what time in the day, we are not taking statistics. The number of books that are used, which course or which discipline are students reading on a daily basis, those are data that are very vital to our existence. And but you know, some of the younger Nigerians are obvious, they want to change things, talk things around, but you can't do things without following the order or making reports to telling your boss that I have this idea, how can we make it or it? But Nigerians, they just, do you think that is useful that they just put it around? But here we have full of life, full of work, want to make things, make change, and you have your boss telling you that this doesn't matter, it won't work. How are we going to solve that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. You know, budget available to libraries continues to dwindle every year. Now, how can libraries generate income from data capitalism and digital capitalism? Thank you. Especially during COVID. Take that up.
Thank you very much. I will make an attempt to answer your question. I don't have all the answers. The first one is how can higher education benefit from the fourth industrial revolution? I think is it participate? Okay. I think one of the things that we're doing is what the policymakers in our higher institutions should be doing. Unfortunately, they may not even be, I don't want to say they are not, they are aware. So I think one of the things that we as professionals in our various professions and as a professional body, IASSIST, should be doing is actually getting those who are opinion leaders in higher education to be aware of the fact that this, there is something is coming and we need to be prepared for it. We need to be prepared for it. And that might imply that we might need to review what actually higher education delivers to students. What kind of training, okay, what kind of training is given to our students? Because we are looking at students being able to get employment in a few years time, being able to, otherwise we're going to have a situation in our heads where even if they are employed, they will be underemployed. Like some of the materials that we talked about, people having to do what we call working on gig platforms, okay? In which case, you have some skills, you will be employed, okay, but on part-time basis because of those skills that you have. So anyone who have the digital and data science skills may not be able to have, they may not be able to enjoy the benefit of full employment. They will still be exploited by these people. But we need people to be educated as to how, to develop their skills, okay, so that they can be more marketable. That's just what I'm trying to say. It's unfortunate that here we find ourselves in Africa. We already have discussion on that. We have strife that has gone on for months, in Nigeria. That's one of the challenges, that we have to confront. Assuming the schools are running, as they should be, these are the kind of conversation that should be going on. But we will not stop. We still continue to find ways, to make people to be aware that look, this situation is on us, and we need to prepare the graduates of tomorrow to be able to meet the challenges. I don't know if I have answered the question. The second one talks about,
Yes. How can I be?
Library budget is doing big. Okay, so how can library generate income from data capitalism? Okay. Okay, we may not be data capitalists because we don't even have that page, we don't have it. We have those who are the data capitalists. But we too can develop our skills. Okay, and I think that's part of what we are doing now to help those who have that aptitude, which should encourage all of us to be to develop skills in data management, data science, so that the library can also be a place where others can be trained, or those who are into research can be helped, okay, how to manage their research data, or how to even analyze, like Madam I think she was talking about how to provide such services. That is what the library should be doing. In other times, when you have visions of data management, data analysis, you just say go to the library. Do we have that skill to be able to provide such services? I think that's where we need. So first of all, like I said, we need to look at how to develop ourselves. Then it will be easier for us to make all the revenue. Yeah, there's another one. Sorry. Okay. Okay, what do we do when, as a young professional, your boss is not open to new ideas? Well, that is the general problem, but then we are all decision makers at different levels here. And I think the change can begin with us. And if everybody is beginning to see that, well, things cannot continue the way they used to be. So I think if the change starts with us, it may take some time, but with time, we will begin to see that we have something to offer and they will listen to us. But we need to get ourselves skilled. It will show to definitely stand us. Thank you. Here's another hand of those. Invite Dr. Chris. Perception of librarians towards cloud-based technology in academic libraries in Southwest Nigeria. Preserve and to salvage information for users in academic libraries. Among the emerging areas within the field of the information technology is the cloud-based technology. And what is the cloud-based technology? It is the movement from desktop applications to web-based applications. So there are a lot of benefits accrued to the use of the web-based applications. What is the web-based technology? What is web-based technology? Well, okay, what are the benefits of using web-based technology? First, it saves time, the library, the time of the users, and the time of the staff. And there is a data security, and also users can have access to critical data in the library. Examples of such cloud-based technology are Google applications such as Google Mail, Google Calendar, Google Talk, Dropbox, DuraSpace, and so on and so forth. Statement of the please. Statement of the problem. As academic libraries continue to acquire materials in the library, statement of the problem. As academic libraries continue to acquire materials into the library. Day in, day out, it has been observed that traditional ways of providing services to the users are inadequate in this fourth industrial revolution. Also, these types of practices have been affected appearance because it is considered as a time-consuming and duplication of efforts in this fourth industrial revolution. So it is pertinent for the parents to keep pace with cloud-based technology. So as to solve all these challenges posed by information explosion. What are the research questions? 4 research questions are raised. Those are the research questions and result.
Results. It takes time. It delays. It queues.
Table, this is the report from my research. One shows the result of the level of knowledge of parents towards cloud-based technology. And as you can see, with table 1, for strongly agreed and agreed, it is evident that librarians are quite aware of cloud-based technology. Table 2. The result from table 2 shows the result of perception of librarians towards cloud-based technology. So with this result, the perception of librarians towards cloud-based technology is negative. What will be responsible for the negative perception? That's what table 3 and 4 answers. Table 3. Table 3 shows table 3. All right. Table 3 shows that librarians have been using one or more cloud-based technology. But it is not new. And table 4 shows some of the challenges that will be responsible for the aforementioned challenges. What are the questions? One, it was recommended that staff development program should be embarked upon in academic libraries so that the librarians can keep pace with cloud-based technology and other new developments in academic libraries. 2, library management should encourage librarians to keep pace with technology that can help library operations so that they can provide efficient and effective library services to users. Adequate funding also should be taken care of by government, and in order to implement cloud-based technology in academic libraries, there must be uninterrupted power supply. And in the absence of this, there should be standby generator. Lastly, there should also be proactive. Librarians should also be proactive in keying themselves into the profession that is growing as a micro organism. In conclusion, cloud-based technology has been seen as paradigm shifts from traditional ways of storing information online, and so librarians should be into this the use of the cloud-based technology in this sports industrial revolution. Thanks for listening. Questions?
Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Your beautiful presentation. Now we have been confronted with the report of the study carried out by Sakiola, and of course, we also saw what it came out with, the findings as well as the recommendations. It is now time for us to ask questions, comments on the paper presented. So questions, comments.
Thank you very much. In your recommendation, you did mention of the need for adequate power supply so that it will make the cloud-based technology to be more effective. Looking at it, that e-learning, of which is more dependent on the power supply. But in the issue of when there are not adequate power supply, this is a shortcoming. So how best can this be so that it won't be a total disadvantage of the use of an e-learning platform or e-library or e-learning platform and some other relevant ways by which information can be gotten from digital devices? Correct.
Thank you very much. I need to understand the topic. Where it says knowledge and perception of librarians of cloud technology. Where do you marry knowledge and perception? How are they together? And I think from the way the table has presented, those are the papers. So the connection between knowledge and perception, we could clarify. That is one. If I could just make a general comment on what Professor Babalola said. I came in very late because we were outside dealing with old-time issues. Thank you for this very nice presentation that was shown by Dr. Adegu. It's about fund, how do we raise funds? That goes to the policy line and the philosophy of an individual university library. What is life is about? Is it only just to make digital or print materials available to its users, or it can also go on the program? What are the competencies of the library in the library? There has been trying different bits, and this is also a branch of it, trying to develop skills of what is the competency that you have? Because no one stops you from, of course, conducting a workshop, creating that environment. It is a matter of information. There is what we call lobbying, NPR, and like Prof is an expert in that. And we are also Africans. The issue of lobbying is very critical. The policy makers. You know, we go out, we have study our environment, go out to local government area, to other parastatals, and then discuss with those that are in charge. You discuss, you come up with a working policy that we want to have this, we have this package. If your people can, if they can bring in those people, you can train them, truly train them, that they go out with that needed skill. But registration, for instance, I paid 35,000. That is not actually money, and it is also at the same time money. But if it is well publicized, how did I get to know about this? I was going through and I saw it. Then I asked the yesterday, when I immediately filled the form to be away from my office, and I came. I know that 5,000 I paid may not handle everything, but I also read that most data from outside this land, they also to pay $100 US, and that is like 70,000. So from there you could say, okay, 10%. You can decide to give it to those organizations that are setting 5 or 10 people. By and by, you can also raise money. But in general, whether it is knowledge of librarians or the level of competencies to function in a digital environment, like we talked, it is also a policy issue. The ground level. Do people have the interest? Are the equipment or facilities functional? People don't go out on their own to pay money and have workshops, trainings like this. Do institutions have budget to expose these young, inspiring, exciting librarians or information workers to go out and acquire those skills so that they will come back? Then with them, of course, cloud computing, cloud storage, and all that will come. But madam, just if you could just give the information, how perception works with knowledge when we talk of cloud technology. Thank you.
Nigeria pattern. We've not been experiencing uninterrupted power supply in Nigeria, and that was why my research suggested that in the absence of the uninterrupted power supply, there should be a standby generator in case of the then knowledge and perception. I think when you have a knowledge of something, it is then that you can perceive that thing to be negative or to be positive. And that is why I put the two together. If you have knowledge of anything, then your perception towards that thing should be either negative or positive. And when it is positive, there are some things that you know about that particular thing.
Thank you very much. Our presentation, you look at the library setup. We are using this particular way of disseminating information. Take an example, for instance, of COVID-19. How did we present this? I myself later on, set the Zoom platform. But the necessity present the simulated relation, there's a state of the need to run how to get that. Our presentation on cloud in as far as library is concerned. Where do you get that information as far as what are those platforms? Give me an example of Google Drive. I'm an example. I lost my online level certificate. But at first I had scanned it and I had put it from Google Drive. Now you travel, thing is bad. Where are you going to get it? You are going to the examination board to retrieve that information. Look of time. What she's emphasizing is to get skills in using cloud platforms. I think that's where the knowledge comes from. These librarians not remain in the closed box land. Don't say that now I'm supposed to give out books. No. Go to those Google platforms and learn the skills. Most all those are the clouds. I think like export. Thank you very much.
Thank you before one of our virtual participants the comments. Let's take it.
Thank you. Okay, this is from Rosina. I guess as librarians, we need to be resilient to change because we use systems, as you mentioned, this space, etc., or technology to perform our duties. Technology is rapidly changing and we need to stay relevant at all times.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sure, knowledge and perception. We want to believe that your perception about a thing is a valid knowledge, could be a valid knowledge of your understanding about that particular item of discussion. So if you have not perceived it in the right way, that does not mean that it is a total knowledge about that particular thing. But the way you perceive will also be regarded as your knowledge of that particular item of information. I'll give you an instance. If I've never encountered a dictionary in my life, the day a dictionary is presented to me and reading through the contents, I should be able to form a perception. And I'll be either perceive it as something that will be of assistance, maybe in the area of pronunciation or meaning of the word or origin of the word or source or use or whatever. But anybody that has also consulted a dictionary before, using it maybe to know a particular idiom, so limited to that fact that what a dictionary does is to give you meaning of idioms, but whereas a dictionary does more than that. So I think perception is just an aspect of knowledge. You can, from perception, gain some additional information.
What I just wanted to add is that based on my recommendation, I would like to make that alternative source of power to be employed to substitute this issue of lack of power, like I guess the issue of electricity problem. We are all aware of this conflict, and of course, we need to go for alternative sources of power. What I just want to say is that I think generator is not a very worthy alternative. We are talking about lack of running in the library. It's generators, structured generators in the library. Now starting thinking of how to get diesels in the library, which would be will amount to another expenses. But I think the best alternative to that power situation is solar power system that we are having. So with that, I have a solution issue.
Thank you very much. Maybe the last question before we move on. So, Professor,
it's actually a contribution. I just want to express my own understanding. I think perception, knowledge, either could serve, the purpose that the book concerning paper, so that it's not like one is redundant. Because like what knowledge, a perception could be, an aspect of knowledge, or leads to knowledge. And I quite agree. You can perceive something, in a way, doesn't have the full knowledge. Okay, and even knowledge itself can be as different. That's why we just want to know the level of knowledge. It's the same thing as saying want to know their perception of that level. It's really for subsequent. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, and I think at this point, we would like to take a quick want to say. We can thank you very much.
Yeah, cool.
Or Asha, all those countries. Yeah.
Okay, let's
Maybe you can go to YouTube and
play directly. But the issue is that if I play it directly from YouTube, it's not going to show. That means if I play, you ain't get it from you are fucking. I did it. At the data. I feel our music to me, I don't know, I was being skeptical because I know that she is a secular structure, you understand, one should be mindful of music they are playing. Maybe the secular thing have Christian stuff. So I just
for the YouTube of it,
these are the music that I want. Unless I'll play this. I can play.
That's there.
No, because
have something light.
okay, online, that's how I play. I play on me online. You just play for them online.
How they should connect the Bluetooth speaker? Yeah.
Okay, let me check what I have. Check this.
Use this green or you go to Mac.
Let me check this. Everything play. See who play. Connect. Go on, connect.
That's what I wish of
Lily. Unless I'm a fool. Wait, let me be. We go affect. I'm a hand. Mali brand the pictures.
Yeah, I'll try. Share me.
Sorry. Yeah? See your no. Sorry. Okay. Yes, but international. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. I knew that your love would bring everything I ever wanted in my life. It's so different. I knew everything again. Because of you, I felt my life to be complete. Everything
Now, these charts get for us relevant charts which talks about IASSIST. Let's get for us technologies. Okay, draw our attention to this is something that we get some advice.
We've been doing that after each session. Yeah. Why can't we? Yeah.
So you never know, there might be something of importance to us.
So stuff that are important that they came and
okay. Not the ones which are directed to, but to what? Presenters.
To IASSIST. Yeah. I understand. Thank you.
How many sessions? 3. 4. Yes, this is online. Shows is also online. Even the inside the room tomorrow. However, take over and do your opinion, and then on they're supposed to be bad. So everyone from 155 will summarize and discuss. Slide shows you one sentence. One sentence. The recording.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm online. Okay. I'm online. I'm online.
If you can. Hmm? Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm unsure. Okay. Not getting the. So I'm not. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? 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 Well, maybe they can't start it. This one will not be working. It should work. Okay. Sure. Yes.
Share your slide. You can share your slide. Dr. Obor, you can share your slide. You can share your slide.
Okay. Okay, Obor, you have just 5 minutes to make your presentation.
And it was online.
articles of that with respect to how we can use election forensics approach. We looked at part of those we mentioned here as well, how you can make use of first law, there's a model approach called the future model. Look at that approach, look at agent-based model. So many approaches, the different authors are written books and articles on different approaches of addressing problems with election. But despite all of that, there's still a need for everyone to look in this new direction before I have, like I said, before the revolution. Because one way or the other, that's the big thing. And if we're going to actually make something meaningful out of our elections, we're going to end up finding a better way to see our election data, then of course we have to move in that direction. And like I said, that's the essence of this one. Now, in this particular paper, we looked at some of the technologies that I have been using so far from the beginning of 1999. But better we focus on the first before we started in 1999. We remember that for those that still remember the old election, that's 1999 election, there wasn't any real technology in 1999. Everything was on manual. Registration and almost everything, there's a form, but all we did back then was more manual approach. Now in 2002, INEC, I think ONR was a popular technology recognition forms. And of course, the database was used as well. Then, of course, I think the past companies and some other few things were also introduced. And that was what led to
the other person.
That was like the beginning of it. Then after that,
Where came from?
Automated fingerprint identification system. But by 2007, the not for that, they introduced this that direct capture. That machines, they were able to do a better registration for voters. And get rid of the voting registration, of course, registration. I remember someone was saying we discussed the 1993 election. The 1993, that was the other election. That the election was fair and fair. I said, oh, you don't know what happened in the north. Something that's fair, multiple registration and multiple votes in the north. Okay, that's what you don't know what happened in the south. So, but INEC is going to do something in 2007. But it wasn't really enough. In 2011, they introduced something better than that. They find a way to procure more of the PPCM, then apply more effective automated fingerprint identification system, all in the attempt to eliminate multiple registration. But that was the major problem in 2007. The major problem was a lot of people register. All the education of what we had with respect to those elections, in states like the governors, you have to be voting the same person, can vote like 20 times. But we just like what we complete that. So for the common people, of course, INEC was aware. But that wasn't really successful. And in 2019, I think we got the test of what INEC offers so far. The introduction of the PPC. So in 2015, we went from the TPC up 2011, we did TPC February last time. Then in 2015, we went to the TPC order and the TPC permanent last time to replace the TPC. So it was a business out there, and of course, they did the next hour as well to start which allowed the application of that. Also, let's see how and what essence of that was to make sure that the election was spread. But another problem was to put along the line, because along the line, we realized that the machine wasn't accepting some people's comments. And that made it difficult because people are like, I realized that I did everything I was supposed to do. Now, on the election day, it was a problem because the machine was just getting somewhere in some places. And that wasn't really difficult. So that means that's not bad as INET has adopted so many technologies data for some of the problems to identify an election. There's still a major deficiency with the technologies that INET is being up to date. This is a good news that we have another direction that we can push the application of everything and that's somehow clear enough. But it's still not the ideal thing that we all want. Most people say they prefer INET to come up with electronic voting, which to some extent is all of that. This application was also a debate because we were talking about network and all of that. But like I said, there's still more that INET can do. She's not even doing as well. So different things, as I said earlier, we've seen challenges with our election. But a better way to preserve the election to actually align the process of what I have, not just that INET have deployed so far. So one of these will be the Internet of Things, I believe that out of the different technologies we have in what I have can actually help INET to develop our election for that. So we believe that with the introduction of Internet of Things, most people focusing on the government technology aspect of it, INET can increase electorate confidence, reduce interest in the electoral process, and also increase the voters' turnout. Because that's now we have a better way of handling the issue of operating and all of that. So the challenge we're having with smart card thing and people being disenfranchised going to be happen if and adopt the government technology aspect. Now, another important aspect is with the gap of use, which of course we all know what type of things is all about. There are so many angles to it. Can be the service as a software, service as a platform, irrespective of angles to it. Of course, our company is getting popular. Almost everybody is going to be like that. And it's better INET also integrate that into the electoral process because the electoral data will be safer if it's stored in the cloud. And when we're talking of storing in the cloud, not just anywhere in the cloud, there are companies, there are companies, there are vendors that can handle better of INET. So that's another angle to it. And the third angle to it is artificial intelligence. Studies have shown that machine learning technology can actually help INET to discover patterns of fraudulent activities in our election data. And what we mean by this is almost every election data, almost every fraudulent but election data with irregularities. We always show patterns. We always show pattern of work. There is fraud, it's likely to occur.
data being kept by INEC. So now he has taken us through this and he has made his recommendation, which can also assist INEC in coming out better in future as far as electoral matters are concerned. So the paper is now here for us to discuss. If there are questions, I will put it on the
I have this question. We are talking about central people. We take up management for the media, personal information. And when we are dealing with sensitive data, we don't remember something, vulnerability, accessibility, interoperability, and usability. When you are using your metrics, you have what's called FRR. Some authority first necessity, first necessity, that's the security terms one of those terms. Now, metrics, they are known that when you calibrate them to very high, the false positive rate is very high. When you calibrate them to be very low, in fact, they both are complete and disclosed. And in Nigeria, the truth is that the skill gap on the use of these devices is pretty much low. Apart from that, we know there are tools you can use for pilot using, which you can use offline synchronization. Where you put data in, you know the particular system, take the information, you add those data and put them in a particular format. But the truth is that, like what you mentioned, the record consistency is not accurate. We are recommending that you use AI for that is not the first kind of information. How do you manage this? And that's the first question. We look at some countries that are already some advanced electionary process. Some of them use their central data system in Nigeria as well as we have national initiative. The central Nigeria has this now, but the extent of the implementation is not, it has not gone into. I'm not thinking of putting the central identifier that we manage by the NIMC, which can then be followed by INEC. By that, it can streamline and reduce those that are, or those that are not exactly, that are not good. 18 can be not good. I'm thinking that is it a possibility for them to look at that, apart from the fact that we are managing prices with our metrics, which will be recurring decimal to say, again, if we use this kind of election, what is your view about it? Using of the national identity management system and then being looked up by ISEC users, or does it make use of our metric system, which is what we are using now to disseminate national process.
I hope we got the question. Well, maybe to answer, so that you don't forget. With respect to maybe we use decentralized database like what we have in the national system, I think it won't be a bad idea. One thing that I believe INEC needs to do with respect to our elections, they need to clean up the database first. You cannot really be building a strong or a sustainable foundation or a sustainable building on a faulty foundation. I believe there are so many errors with respect to the present database. Some are even arguing that how we show that the voters that are dead and
what we call close workers, and we will now have those workers interested in island. Because how we show the student database of all these filters or electronics that are no longer. And how we show that even if they claim that okay, nobody can use this, and how we show that even this sense, nobody can actually choose those identity codes. So there's a big question mark when it comes to the present database that INEC is using. So I believe I agree with you that like that one of the things INEC is using to talk to database was let's have a fresh start to present to that database. If possible, connects to NIA, of course, PDNs, yeah, connecting everything together, PDN, NIA, and all of that, that's part of the database. So why not? The voters' resolution can also be connected to that, so that at least they can have a better way of tracing who is who and areas of these factors. Because anyhow we look at it, people will manage technology. Like I never tell people with respect to statistics. Statistics is like a drug moving the lamp. It's more of support than it's more of manipulation than support. That's the statistics should do. And the same thing is election with technology. Technology should be actually more of using it as a support. You're still going to have people behind technology. So if you have the wrong set of people behind technology, of course, no matter how sophisticated technology is, they are using it. So it's just like that. So I have to jump that.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to be enlightened. I understand how biometrics, how artificial intelligence and the others can build, showing we have a better textual process. But this Internet of Things, I'd like to know how it will connect.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was very clear, very communicated. One of the points I wanted to raise, you were able to mention, this was the end of your answer. Human elements. What do you think of that? Whether it is whether it is, whatever technology you mentioned, it's managed by human. Each of us have our own affiliation and interest line. But that you say that you find the sea of all that is human. Let me also ask this. Indirectly, you get talking about election rigging and that sort. Specific ways. That's our interest. Find election rigging and whatever. Thank you. I can see some your questions. I'll start with AI, the machine learning. And of course, initially when I started introducing the topic, I said, that has no problem. But manipulating that, like for instance, if I'm to go and vote, and I'm to vote for you, and the person that is seated there, they imagine I vote to him. That's what I'm talking about. Biometrics is not a problem at all. It is how do we fight that hidden corruption? election took place in Kenya, and if you remember, the opposition party, one of the reasons they presented at the Supreme Court also was that even the officials that unbiased central, out of 7, 4 of them went away because they didn't want to endorse what the head of the commission was proposing. That was the argument, if you remember. That's what, I'm sorry, I'm academic, I'm not a politician. But I could also, read through the lines. I could see bias of affiliation, whichever way you may go. But biometric, we can keep our biometrics, it has no problem. But it is the manipulation of the biometrics to advance the cause of the other side that I'm asking. So I think that will be the difficult one. Because, like I said, there will always be people behind technology. For one thing, let's have some of the things we've got so far, because the good thing is, election forensics is a new field, it's gradually developing, and it's a field that a lot of life is in a lot of people to contribute from different angles. Now, so far, what I know about managing election is integration forensics of technology, even before I have technology, especially artificial intelligence. Is that it's more of after the effects. You want to really discover the patterns. You want to really trace, after this whole thing, the government activities are occurred, small of this side, small of that side. But handling it while it's still occurring is a difficult task because there will always be people behind the machines. And that is very, very difficult. I don't know what to say something else.
Human to technology, just like Rob said. Technology is made, and not everybody wants technology to do for you. That is what you do for you. That employing all this technology is very, very possible to handle our election process, but it can be circumvented by human beings if they want to circumvent it. But if you want to use it foolproof, technology is very, very useful and can be deployed in handling the electioneering process. But the Nigerian factor and everything that we do, people, when they were inventing all these payment systems, they don't know that one Nigerian will come somewhere and come and be circumventing whatever technology they are deploying. So they find it very, very strange that, they never thought that somebody somewhere will come and, So technology, if you apply it, it will do whatever you want it to achieve. But the human angle, particularly in Nigeria, where you know that people can circumvent anything, well, it's left to us. Thank you.
I think we take 2 more questions so that we won't go to this. Yes. Just 2 more. 1, 2. Straight to the question. Thank you very much. Before I go to the question, yes, I'm very fast. Now, the idea before the industrial revolution is first and foremost to reduce the human interference in everything we do, from the Internet of Things, variables, and all that. Is trying to reduce it so that there's less presence of humans in the whole process. So the question now is, how can we reduce? That's how we begin robotics, for instance, artificial intelligence we talked about. about everything that's about how can we bring it into our electioneering, considering our current circumstances. Thank you.
As I said earlier, when you observe patterns in election, I know that fraudulent activities are likely to occur in some certain locations. Then, of course, you can focus on that during the election. The thing is that during the election, you can't just show off your, for example, maybe some special technology, so to say, and I don't have enough of that, not going to do this like that. But if you know those areas where they are doing those things, then of course you can easily know how to monitor election behavior. And that's what they're looking at. And that's what I'm trying to understand. Now, with respect to that computing and all that, now if we also find a better way of storing up our data, such as like the transmission that I like to talk about, if that will be good, but that's the question. It's one thing to join that for Tuesday election. It's one thing to join that for the whole Nigeria, because we're still waiting to see if they are acting close to that. And trust me, the challenge is actually how to monitor it. This is one for all of us can go online and monitor for election. How many we can go online and monitor if these things are happening from the way they do it, we can find the data with data. But when it's from one after the other, all over the country, different politics in Nigeria, for presidential election, that's the difficult task. So we are not still sure if this proposal by INEC will still work. But if that will work, then of course, the issue of that will let us on the issue of having this 100% assurance that the government is not fail, so that who has issues because we need to put everything in place to make sure that this is working for the transmission. So it's still not really I would say that we're 100% certain or 100% sure of direction when it comes to transmission or INEC so far. But once that is certain that INEC needs to do more, and one approach, as I said earlier, is that if you know those dangerous spots, then it's easy to man those dangerous spots. That man everywhere, you can't say you want to cross and all, and then you start like that. You can't man everywhere. When you know those dangerous spots, others are showing the election in Nigeria that violent activities will always be occur with those dangerous spots. I think that's the different studies like that. So they always be occur with those dangerous spots. So if you know those spots, which, like I said, they are the levels, then of course, you can find a better way to plan and anticipations to those dangerous spots. Thank you, sir, for that very good presentation. Election is not very easy, and from experience in Kenya, is that there was integrated election management system, which has incorporated metrics and all that. But still arises issues, especially transmission of results. My question is, from what I did here from the paper is, I didn't see it as the risk factors to the development of these technologies, especially the former AI, because you are related to where it can be. But I thought in my view, it's also good to look at the risk factors. For example, if you go out in elections, look at the risk factors. There is, for example, money perception. Those are issues that are so
I think major risk factors, anything technology, anything data, you have to talk about cybersecurity. I think even before I have the major risk is how your cyber can be hackers and that. Now we need this one. I think that's one of the major things of INEC with respect to going through electric voting. Of course, because the transmission just like the market.
I think this market is scared to go into full because of the issue of hacking, cyber security, and all of that, which is kind of difficult to control. Also, what happened in the last election in the US. Of course, so many things about some were saying what today, some were saying some people outside the United States who were had more influence on the other election. So it's not clear. That aspect of how to manage that aspect of cyber security. I think that's the job with respect to why I am. So apart from cyber security aspect, it's what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the next presenter, the person who was presented before me, is now online. So, Dr. Owigoro. Dr. Owigoro, if you can hear me.
Yeah. Dr. Iwegboro, you have the floor. You can share your slides, please.
The one that has to do with the records in the hospital.
Hello, Dr. Owigoro.
Who's the next person? Who's the next person? What is happening? I sent that thing to you yesterday.
Okay. It's sharing his screen.
You have 7 minutes to make your presentation.
You have the floor.
You have the floor. Have the floor.
Please unmute.
Yeah, am I audible now?
You're audible, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I was, I'm gonna remove this. Remove this from me. Okay, I think it's okay. Yeah, I want to say that initially this study was to be carried out in UCH, but we felt that why don't we generalize, and so at the end of the day, the study was carried out, covering the whole country. As you can see, the topic is knowledge and attitude of health records and information management professionals towards data collection and record preservation in Nigerian hospitals. I'm Dr. Benson Owegoro. When we talk about health records management, this seems to be a specialized area of records management. When patients show up in the hospital, records are created for this patient, which are then used for the care of the patient and other uses, like research, education of health professionals, training, community health services. This function has been found to be information-driven and information-dependent. Large volumes of data are collected on the patient. Therefore, health record system accumulate, large volume of data in the course of treating a patient. This becomes a sort of an external memory or a corporate memory, which are subsequently used for the treatment of the patient and other functions. The health records and information management professionals are responsible for the collection of this data and the management of this data. Patients' records are very important in the care of the patient. Therefore, they need to be preserved and well managed. Data collection for patients dated back as far back as when medicine started. As technology improved, the use of the system where patients' records are burnt on burnt clay, developed into the use of papyrus, and this developed later into the use of electronics. So what was being done there was very primitive. It was realized that the purpose of those records then still serve the same purpose which today's records serve. So you can see the evolution of patient records management from being written on burnt clay to papyrus, the use of paper, and later electronic tablets. So you can see that the management of patient records has developed from the situation where you use clay tablet to a situation where you are now using electronic tablet. And this was what Mabanku in 2017 referred to as from tablet to tablet. I said a lot of information, or what you call data information, are collected about the patient, but we can classify this into three. We have the demographic data, which has to do with the patient's social identity, and then the clinical data, which has to do with the patient's illness. Why is the patient in the hospital? What happened within the hospital? And what is the outcome of the patient's encounter with the hospital? It has been found that there is a link, there is a relationship, a serious relationship, very high correlation between the demographic data of a patient and the clinical data. So what it means that the demographic information about the patient can give an insight into what the patient has. Also, we have administrative data, which just have to do with maybe referral letters. This has nothing to do with the clinical effect of the patient. We now find that record must be made available at any time the patient is in the hospital. And or when the record is needed for other purposes, like a legal action and all what have you. Managing patient records has been very problematic. This is as a result of the growth. Patient records grow in two aspects. One, as the patients keep coming, the records grow, or as more patients comes in, that also adds to the increase. So what the patient can, the records can grow in number and at the same time grow in volume. And this growth has created a lot of problem in terms of storage, retrieval, and security. We all realize that the patient's records are meant to be confidential. Even the patient himself is not allowed to handle the patient, although this is taking another dimension in developed countries. But however, there are some aspect of the records that the patient is not supposed to have access to. It will be funny to know that when a doctor in the hospital, if you don't have anything to do with a patient's record, you shouldn't have access to that record. So now, as health records managers, it becomes important that they have the knowledge of records management practices, particularly when it comes to the preservation of this record. Oh God, my system is hanging. Okay. So, though digitalization of records has improved the management of records worldwide, the adoption in Nigeria is still very slow. Even when you see in health records department, when you see a computer, it is mostly used to register the patient and probably for financial purposes. So record managers are therefore faced with misfiled records, mislaid records, having to go through the filing, the shelves, when records are misfiled, and in the process, keep the patient waiting or keep the clinician waiting in the clinic for the records. This has resulted to a lot of waste and delay and inconveniences for the patient, the doctor, and even the records manager. Record preservation has been defined variously by scholars. Though preservation is an important component of records management, we find out that this is not being integrated into health information management in the hospital. Many documents are lost, pages are torn. Some of these records are rot away because of lack of knowledge of the health records managers' knowledge about preservation. So you now find out that records in most cases get deteriorated, and this has resulted to poor health service management. In Nigeria, most especially in the hospitals, the records management follows the same pattern. When a patient shows up in the hospital, records are created. One thing is peculiar in the hospital, patients are given a unique number. This is called unitary system of records management, where the patient just maintains one number throughout the patient's lifetime in that hospital. Then a library is established where these records are stored and retrieved on request. In this library, records are shelved and filed using a particular filing system and numbering method. The most common filing system is not the alphabetical filing or the numerical filing. This depends on the number of records that is in use. The numbering method could be straight numerical filing, terminal digit, middle digit, the variation of filing method. As you have it there, so a cross-section of health records practitioners in the country were interviewed. Some of these questionnaires were distributed. The return data were analyzed using discrete. Now, the following what is happening there? Sorry, we're having problem with networks. Records are used for patient treatment, research, training, and education. Health records managers are trained in preservation methods. Even yet, you find out that most of the hospitals have no preservation policies. About half of the respondents indicate that preservation is a form of preventive and remedial activities performed to prevent records deterioration. When we try to look at the knowledge of health records managers with respect to deterioration, almost all the respondents did not view preservation as the ability of records to resist chemical action over time. They identified the following as agents of deterioration: mutilation, rots, stains, brittle papers, rodents, insects, etc. And they looked at they identified causes of deterioration as insects, such as silver bears, cockroaches, rats, mouse, natural disasters, presence of potentially damaging chemicals within the paper, bad shelving, mishandling of these records. Health information management practitioners also viewed preservation techniques as one, that careful handling of the records will preserve records, the adoption of a good filing method, that if staffs are designated to the records library, the use of appropriate storage media, disaster preparedness, use of health filter, that is to control the health within the library itself. We find out that most health information management professionals have a positive attitude towards preservation. This was evidenced by the fact that about 98.9% believe hospitals require policy on preservation. Majority of them indicated that hospitals of health records improves access to patients' health information and quality. The lifespan of patients' records. They indicated that this can be deterioration. A high number of the respondents indicated the ability of people to resist chemical reaction over time will also extend the lifespan of records. Also, the ability of the record to withstand physical stress and use. Also, preventing damage through careful use and handling, and establish a set of activities directed at maintaining records for use based on institutional policies. Challenges.
Dr. Ogoro, please, you have a second more to present.
Okay. Some challenges, as what you can see, lacks of records management and preservation policies, negative attitude for hospital authorities to record preservation. Conclusion. The study has established that large number of records are collected and created in the hospital. Record managers in the hospital they study preservation, yet most of the hospital has no preservation policies. That good knowledge of record preservation and positive attitudes towards records preservation that is not there. There is this negative attitude of management towards records preservation, and there is need for skilled health records managers in preservation methods. Recommendation. One, the regulatory body of health records in Nigeria should make preservation and conservation one of the key courses in the training of health records managers. Hospital authorities should also develop preservation policies for patient records. Health records managers should see preservation and conservation as an important component of records management practices. Patients' records libraries should be designed and equipped to meet record preservation requirements, and skilled health records professionals should be made available to keep records in the hospital. The Federal Ministry of Health, finally, should be able to develop a policy on records management practices and including preservation of records. Thank you very much. Guys, I hear this before. But sorry, I cannot hear you.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the sound has come. It's okay.
Before the question, allow me first of all to appreciate your research. The level research questions, this must be a very new research. That maybe you need to have enough time to present your findings, because level research questions we answer. must be a very huge step. However, there is another records management practices. I'm not coming out loud. The cost of library is established for records when they are stored and retrieved. I was looking at the records life cycle, and I was imagining a situation where you create a library for records. Maybe you could expound on that. Thank you. Can this question be typed, please? I'm not hearing you very well. Okay,
you have the floor.
Please respond.
Hello? Did you get the question?
Can you go and repeat it for me?
Okay, she repeat the question.
I say this must be a very good decision. I mean, 11 such questions that you have answered. Oh my God. You will have to read the full document. However, I have a question on records management practices. Yes, where you talk to. Sorry, this is not audible. Can this question be typed? This triple library is created for that purpose. So it's wondering. I don't know. Okay, I'll go on phone. Hello, Prof. Can you repeat the question for me? It's not audible, yeah.
You talk of records life cycle. Okay. And at the point you talk of retrieval and now water.
Yes.
Then you now say library, the process library records will be retrieved and stored in the library.
Okay.
So the issue is how does library come in?
Okay. You know, every profession has its own terminology. In health records, the records are created, and the records are created, and there is a library. They call it health records library, where these records are kept. After use, these records are kept in this library. So, when you create health records, it has a continuous use until the lifespan, until the records becomes inactive. And in fact, there was a study carried out in usage. The lifespan of a record was found out to be 13 years. So when you create the record, after the first use, the records go to the library. And for every subsequent use, the record is requested for by by a doctor, a researcher, or what have you. And the record is now retrieved from the library. After use again, it returns to the library. So it is referred to as a health records library. That is the terminology being used there. I don't know if I'm clear. Maybe you refer to it as registry, but in health records, it's referred to as a library.
Incidentally, the question asked by Professor Okilo, I've always asked the same question several times. And unfortunately, in the health information management field, they talk of records library, which ordinarily, when you are talking of records life cycle, library should not normally come in. You have a record office, particularly when records are at the current stage. Then you also have a record center for current, semi-current and non-current records, pending final disposition. Then you now talk of archives. But in their own area, they usually, what we should be calling record center, they usually refer to it as And we have, in fact, several times I personally have challenged those that we have done. But the explanation usually given is that as far as they are concerned in my own state, we call it like. So any other questions?
Thank you, Prof, for that explanation.
Thank you very much.
Bring up. It looks like my data is almost off.
What is the lifespan like for patients? I want to take an example.
I just know from
For instance, we have women that give birth in the standard hospital, and it is at the point of birth that they issue birth certificates to children that are born in those hospitals. And at some point, especially I'm talking about Nigerian family plans.
002.
At some point, you see that those babies they come back many years later. And they want to retrieve those records and they are not there. What can we do to retrieve such a record? And the standard hospital definitely was to produce records. So what is my question is now in line with retention. What is the lifespan of records, especially for records for situations like this? For medical information. Thank you.
Dr. Vigor.
Sir.
Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I didn't hear the lady. She was speaking with a bedroom voice.
Yeah, you can hear.
I can hear you.
Doc, did you hear the question, sir?
No, can you repeat it for me? Or you want me to call so that you repeat it? I'm calling Prof so that I can hear the question. Yes, go ahead.
He didn't hear it, sir.
I didn't hear the question. Can you just summarize the question for me?
Did you hear the question, sir?
Okay. I didn't hear the question. Can you summarize the question for me?
We can hear.
Summarize the question for me again.
Sit down. Once you answer the question.
Prof, I'm calling your number so that I can. I'm calling your number, Prof, so that I can hear the question very well.
Type the question. What's the question?
Mrs. Mikena, please, what is your question? So that we can type it. Straight,
Prof, can you take all the question and then relate it to me, please? This is your phone. Call the number for me. Hello, Prof.
What is the retention period of the records? Okay, so health records.
Prof, can you call my number and relay the question? Okay. How will you manage electronic records in the standard of that? And what is the retention? Okay, okay, let me take that. Hello, Prof. Hello. Hello.
Hello, you have a floor, sir.
Yeah, there was the question that says what is the retention period for electronic health records, or how do we manage electronic health records? Is that right?
Yes.
You see, the paper as both the paper records, the paper-based records, and electronic health records all has a lifespan. Take, for example, in electronic health records, the lifespan might be a little longer than the paper records. And when you talk about managing electronic health records, you see what people looked at as electronic health records in Nigeria, it's not electronic health records. We have mostly electronic medical records, which is domiciled in one hospital. But when you talk about electronic health records, there is a handshake between hospitals. Most of our teaching hospitals still run paper-based records. Now, talking about the lifespan of electronic health records, there has not been a study on this. The study that has been carried out was on paper-based, because there have not been electronic health records. But internationally, there are lifespans of electronic health records. Just as the records becomes inactive as much as the patient is no more coming, that determines, you see, people ask, yes, when do the patient stop coming? Yeah, the patient can stop coming after some time. We don't have an archive of what is called, sorry. So in electronic, the slower your system goes. So at a point, you have to move your information to a secondary storage. And remember too, that in electronic health records, your media of storage at times determine, for instance, if you were storing on, in those days, you have been storing on floppy disk. Remember, there's no more floppy disk. So that must have gone away. So the lifespan of any records depends on the time that the patient stopped coming. And when the patient stopped coming, it means that that information is not valuable anymore. So I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate you. And so at this stage, we will be moving quickly to the next session, which will be chaired by my humble self. And therefore, I will.
Well, in fact, in Bachi, it is when they now stopped. That was when I started hearing them. Can you imagine? This is their rule.
Readiness and freedom of information. We have 3 papers, and the presenter should please come forward. The first one is by Luke Okello, and that will be presented online. With the topic, the role of emerging ICT technology trends in facilitating realization of the 4th industrial revolution in Africa.
Professor Abiy.
The second paper will be by Olatubosun Obileye, titled Scaling Up Data Services with Standard Ontology.
I think I've answered their question.
And the last paper will be by Dr. Sophia
Yeah, from the
and Taufik Abiodun. The topic is application of emerging technologies for research support in Nigerian academic libraries, trends, problems, and prospects. Do we have other first speaker in the house? Thank you, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Do we have Dr. Sophia or Dr. Mr. Taufik? Okay, thank you very much. So we have 2 in-person presentations and 1 online. Please can we identify if Luke Okello is online so he does his presentation and we can then quickly go to the in-person. Luke Okello is not online. Go to the in-person presentations. And we are going to give our speakers only 10 minutes. I must say that it is because we actually did not manage time very well earlier in the day. Each speaker is supposed to have less than 15 minutes. But I trust that our speakers can manage to do the presentation in 10 minutes or less. We can see from the experience in the last session that the question time actually stimulates more discussion and takes more time. So if you can just give us the stuff and let us question with that. Thank you very much. So Mr. Latimus, you have the floor. You have the slides ready.
I have it. Yes. Second, scaling up data, right?
Yes,
okay.
Scaling up data services.
Okay.
Round of applause for
you.
Thank you.
Last question, the institutional data variable
for the second to share. I'm sharing the video.
The topic has been given. Before we talk about data, I'm starting.
Yes. Yeah.
Data services is what the legacy, or is what legacy that variants used to do before. And that is, please put on this. Okay. What are data services? And that's what I'm just trying to provide to us. In research, that's what we are doing. In the academic environment, it's talking more about the service that we provide for data management, for faculties, for research and department for students. And then in places like the university, where we have students doing a lot of projects, the department in many schools, the library today is really transforming advanced technology into data science department. And data management, what project found is research department, in which we provide assisted tools in data management, digital acquisition, data implementation, and so on. And that's where the implementation for. As a modern librarian, data service is the key role that should be considered to deliver in knowledge sharing. And that means that when you're talking about data collection, data analysis,
Are you through with the really? Which one?
of using paper in almost every organization. I use ISA as an example. So for your organization also, you don't focus more on paper, but or you start out to start on fish. And if you are to go to, let me say, Lagos Lagoon, you are going or let us be very about with what is called offline data collection tools. So we need to bring all this together and then after the planning, we move to developing the tools. Most of the time, this day we encourage use of mobile devices that can take your data offline and online. Things are advanced, ODK is preaching like that. After the data collection, you have gone around with the field of that using biometrics or they are using QR, whatever you need to collect the data from on the field. You come back, you gather them, then you need to protect the data. Those that are containing personally identifiable information, I do not manage them, and then for the signal, and those that that do not manage them, you can share, you can see your data, you cannot see your data. Then you do your analysis. These are still involving the same process that you did to your own colony. When you analysis to analyze the data when you want it to calculate models, when you are through with it, you need to find a list of example data. And that's where you are data service provider, you call it, you have to get data back to you. And those kind of data, it could be open data. That's everybody can access it. You need to put in a kind of license for it. Whether this data is available to the public without citing you as data owner, or it can be shared alike, not different kind of licenses, you put it in there. And after sharing that one, you also still need to specify where this data is accessible and you put what's called persistent identifier. When you use DOI, digital object identifier, you are encouraged to use your ORCID. ORCID is the identifier that identifies you as a researcher turning out information, knowledge in the public. You need to put your job and your role. That is your organization identifier that makes your organization unique. Everyone has ORCID. So you do that one. After you have done it, the next thing is not what I will finish. The next thing is for you to now take letter to the librarian, to put your metadata. So there are different standards which I'm not going to spend the time on. Different standards of metadata, they push it in there, and then they sign. The preservation of environment, which we call repository, is what we attributes. Now, when you put the data in your repository, for instance, to gather data using Microsoft, and don't be affected. Let me just tell you that about 5 years ago, the extension that's what we used to call up Microsoft Excel is called .xls. But today, Microsoft Excel has moved from .xls to .xlsx. So a time will come to be .xlog or something in the future. It means that if your data is not conformed to a standard that everybody can read, you will be needing to go and get Microsoft of 2019, 1009, something like that. So you need to conform to that standard, and that's where autonomy comes in. You map your information to the point that what you are having in Nigeria, that format is accessible also outside the world. So there are global bodies now working on ontologies, and part of ontologies that we're developing for crops, and also part of them for climate. I'll just give an example. So you need to work with them and use the right terms for your data so that somebody can use your data in another 10 years, 20 years, and then give credit to you. Or perhaps complain that I'm doing more on your data, I'm being factor on this, and to increase your visibility. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, so, I'm not to show us. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. And if you want to know about how to create ontology or to standardize and whatever you have done, you want to global body to accredit it, contact me. I'll teach you how to do it. Thank you.
Your email address, your phone number. I'll just give your legs.
Please give him a round of applause. I'm going to make this student and guys rush this evening. So if you have questions for Mr. Last person today, he's a very vibrant person. If you allow me to talk about that for 8 p.m. without a pause. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I would really love to understand more. First, when you talk of the authority, I would also think of epistemology, which I would understand also very important in getting data, because there is a message being conveyed in data. But now, when you look at data, you can find that you need the same data from a different angle. I also need that data from the same angle. So from the epistemology point of view, how will you now aggregate the data for the benefit of the business?
Yes, do you have any questions that I can match them together? Any other question? Oh, I hope we are not talking too much of that. See, we have sometimes, I mean, if you are studying psychology or philosophy, what we are talking here together to do. So, terminologies, when I say that I'm studying man, the way I look at this man, okay, someone that I look at and say that last way, maybe we found the man. Somebody will say something different. So the way is different, and that's where somebody comes. But there is a way that I also put information down that everybody can do. Then interpretation differently. So what we always encourage is, because something data citation is a busy my data is not up here. Data.it, and you contain data. It will give you citation for that data. You see the first author and others are function. So what we encourage on our website is a policy. We say that if you are producing our data and you want to maintain the epistemology behind this data, contact the data creator. So you click on it, it automatically gives you an email to contact. The email almost always gets my name. Sometimes I'll be called to people. And we have a body of what IT was the author has found to be other side of the world. How do we maintain epistemology?
Then we that are still alive or that are part of the body of knowledge, look at those that are part of this data collection and part of the data analysis. So at least we always have one person that is alive. So that person will always encourage to be part of the team that we use together to address the concern. That is how we address that attack. So for any organization, can also it's a matter of policy and principle. We came up with that because we know that people are using our face data and sometimes we get. There are also some data that we publish that we remove outrightly to personally identify information. When we have like phone number of people, the surname, the national identification number, and the expulsion. And somebody wants to do some more that. So we need to contact us. Where we can now assign somebody within the organization. Thereby, we will lose the focus of that data. We can use it, but we remember what any other question? My email address. Okay. As a name, CDI. O in the beginning of my first name, last was O.Udeye at CIAR.org. So CIAR. And this one was now, and that was if it's not here, Udeye at gmail.com. Just like my full name, if it's not there, Udeye at gmail.
And so we said thank you. That's again, please. Another round of applause for him for being a very wonderful presenter. Now, just before.
Let's take this one.
Okay, so we are going to be calling Taufik Abiodun from the Department of Information Management in Leeds City University in Ibadan to present application of emerging technologies for research support in Nigerian academic libraries. He's going to tell us the trends, the problems, and the prospects. And of course, his representative, his co-presenter was around during the morning session. Dr. Sophia Adeyemi of the State Department. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you. That was a wonderful speech. Good evening, everyone. Let me just stand on the existing protocol. My name is Oladu. I work on this department. Sophia Adeyemi. First, this is one of the codes in this social WhatsApp group, like Nigerian's WhatsApp group. It says the only thing you have something up to know is the location of the library. It is related to our advertisement. Well, I try to find the origin of the statement. And I won't find anything contrary, so I want to take it as something for our person. Now, before that was true, in the kind of person, you actually have to know the location of the library, you have to succeed as a scholar. But now, I don't think so. You will not know the location of the library, and you will still succeed as a scholar, because technology has arrived. You can access information remotely. So people are not saying the internet has changed everything. Everything is available on the internet. Yes, everything. We say everything is available on the internet, so we do not need the library. I don't think that is also true. Technology has arrived truly. There are some technology that we call emerging technology. Now, the definition of what is meant by emerging technology literally means new technologies that have coming out to solve old problems or new problems that are emerging as a result of technology. The scholars are also saying that the definition of emerging technology is also location specific. There are some technologies that may be new to some people and it should be old to others. We have information gap in Africa. What we can refer to as the match, we have become commonplace in other time. So the evolution of the mining technology, according to this paper, are some technologies that librarians or information professionals are discovering as useful to their activities, to their operations. Next time. So where are we concerned about the mining technology? Why are we talking about it? People say the internet has rendered the library or librarians redundant. We don't need to see them again. We can do our research. Well, the evidence points to the contrary. We have technology to say it has democratized everything. But why are we not having the same research output as the Europeans? Why are we not having the same impact as the Europeans? Despite the assertion that the information is available to everybody. That means there's a gap. Because the speakers here have mentioned skill gap, they mentioned awareness, they mentioned people training. So they also mentioned the role of information professionals in this new industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution. So there are technologies that are useful to researchers. If we have to actually have a way, have a say, or have a stake in the fourth industrial revolution, we have to conduct impactful researches, we have to conduct research that actually speak to the problem that exists in our society now. And to do that research, we need data, we need information, and we need access to whatever others are having access to that is giving them edge in their own research. So we can have technology for various activities in research business, such as information resource management, research data management, copyright advisory, citation management, we have scholarly publication, data analytics services, and research, preservation, and curation. Those are the areas where researchers have often faced problems. That is why we have, as educators, who testify, those who supervise students at both undergraduate and postgraduate level. You often find a situation where a student comes to me and says, that variable, I can't find information in this. Whereas the information exists. What they need actually is, but they don't know you have to find for an imagine researcher, a young researcher, a newly visited scholar, started writes a paper, and paper starts getting rejected, or they mention something like politely, I forgot the like unattributed content. Is a polite of saying you have plagiarized. Unattributed content. The possibility has not checked the plagiarism level before you send it to the channel. These are the simple problems that the researcher faces that has actually affects their productivity. Then we have various software that researchers use. Some researchers are aware of this software, they know how to use them, and some are using them. But the vast majority of researchers are actually so ignorant of this software. We have a citation management software like the membrane, Sotero, EndNote, and many others that can manage your research references, that can even suggest the next research resources for you. So this is one of the areas that we are talking about, research data management. Libraries abroad already working on this. Like the big bank that just left the board of that said, is already working on that research data management in their library. I can say it's more widespread in the southern place abroad, but the trend is that it's not actually on in Nigeria. So yes, that is one of the research data services. We have to collect the data and other data that research and use. This population, when I was working on this, I was tasked with I was given the task of finding the research productivity data of Nigerian researcher. I couldn't find the latest information about it. I've mentioned reference management. Please go to the next slide. Then we have electronic resource management. In Nigeria, we have electronic databases that we subscribe to. But as my others here will testify, we mostly use them as window dressing for everything. When NBC arrive, we show to them where they live, everybody knows. Then the database remain here, wasting money. You don't have to do it, pushing them out to researchers to make them use it. Yes, slide. Yes, slide.
It's curious.
We have a research duration and observation. This is this is the institutional acquisition for UI. UI is already doing it. Some other libraries are already doing it, but not many of them are online. If you like this app institutional acquisition in Nigeria, you can easily see their researchers, their research outputs, and so on. Few Nigerians are doing, many are catching on. It is not as we would have expected based on the available software. What are the issues? Why is it like this? That we are not catching up with it, despite all the software available. They say that there is a fear of them. The brother just mentioned that there's always a pushback for Liberians when we introduce technology. The decision is able. Liberians will use job to technology. We can't escape this. When we talk, the funny thing is that when we now embrace technology, other goes related to us. We don't have to look at this when it is there. Then particular technical skills are not as well. It is interesting. This is my perspective as a technical professional. For many women and leaders in the some I'm a woman. I'm not the best sections, but this men and this. Okay. Then institutional support. Institutional in Nigeria, the structure for research is disappointing. Then how do we check this? There should be a culture of technology use in academic libraries. Everybody, there's no Liberian. All of us are either Liberians or we are Muslim. We use technology in Liberian. It's not restricted to Liberian. No. There are robust engagement with parent institutions. Somebody has mentioned this for nothing. If they are likely to have no work, guess what to do out of them. Then continuous personal development of Liberians. This is part of what we are doing. At times, I just feel like when we come to focus and talk, we are preaching to the choir. Because people who come here actually are interested in them. So I will just watch everyone to go back home and get better. There are more robust cooperation between libraries, especially in the area of operation. People are taking Mr. Blair's email address, they collaborate with him at home that is within further results. It's not a special library. There's a way you can help academic and university. So I will encourage classroom. Everybody just take this seriously. Not just help us in our home space. Help the library. That collaboration will help everybody. Then the conclusion. So it's a good one. One thing is that imagine the clock is here to sleep. Another one will emerge. You just cannot escape it. You have to embrace it and use it to support researchers. That is where our relevance comes in. That is where we actually let me just see our relevance. That is where the relevance of the modern academic libraries come in. The gap is here, we only need to do it. And it is not left to an individual librarian. If we are learning the library, all of you must be able to use technology to support researchers. It is not like Mr. Blair is not around. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Yes, he has over-delivered. Let me see that.
Yeah.
Give him another round of applause. Yeah. To take questions. Please check if the people online
no, we don't have.
Bring the question. And then if you are attracting a question from the regional secretary, IASSIST. Wow.
And I want to make a comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your of course, as we talk about I don't know are there any universities in Nigeria that are looking better for researchers to reduce?
Do you get it? I didn't get it. I think you have to explore the media.
Yes. Have you explored it? Are there any universities using?
That's part of the essence of this paper. Librarians are exploring all those new data, those data that are provided. Yeah, individually, out of their own, like, I want to help. Somebody comes to me now, I go online to find however to help. It is not the library sponsor thing. It's not my library I said, these are policy. When someone comes to do for that, we must attend to them. It is like, I don't know how to put it, like every man for himself, like, the initiative self, the initiative now. If I use it. Based on my own discovery, what my library has discovered it as a full of individuality. And it is happening at this point, like, I use it now. I do this one, so this one I think is like, I'm using it mostly, I'm mostly like the one using it. So that's just the situation as far as the user of it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on that?
Yeah, this time I think you don't need to play. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, doing well. I really training to managing my experience in my department. Yeah, so we're doing well. Well, I want to correct you on something, and I stand to be corrected. I want to let you know that Nigerians cannot lose their job in the space of technology. We can't. We can never. I am here today, all the things I know, I was not in my school, but not in there. When it comes to technology, I taught myself. I developed myself. People tell me now, Dr. Bakari, you are into event management, and I tell them, we are taught in entrepreneurship, in library and information science. And we are taught packaging and repackaging. And that is what I brought to bear with my PhD logistics firm. So when it comes to technology, nobody is taking our place. The human face will always be needed. I was telling them, Mama, again, that the human face will always be needed. But we just need humans that are proactive and they are on top of their game. Humans that have embraced the principle of learning, unlearning, relearning, upskilling in our application. Thank you.
Let me just add, I'm pretty much aware that the university in Nigeria, that they have a institutional department that is Orthodox University. Is the only one aware of Nigeria. Your data at the extent of the opening has not reached, and because we have global audit that manages some part of the repositories. We have the core trust here. But I couldn't see the name of every one of the rest of the extended IIT, we are leading Africa. So although as far as the PhD, we are not the one that are here. So from university, we are seeing the same as so that's what I want to say. As an Nigerian, we need to add those groups that are up there.
Thank you, everybody. I'm sure that it's time for us to any announcements. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much, my sister. That's issue of fear of losing jobs. I was very pending in this era. Academic librarians to fear losing, fear present because of fear of losing job. And I will now quote somebody, and I don't blame you because you are coming to the source. I would love to read more about that. Now, my issue is you disagree with that quotation of maybe I'm giving your presentation. Yes, the location of the library. I don't think there is a problem with that. The question is then how do we embrace technology for e-location and e-library and e-resources? The concept of location still stands, and also library. The other issue is that now it is electronic as per the profession. The need is correct.
Thank you. You know what I like about him? He has made his paper a scholarship. He is trying to get a seminal report out of this. And unfortunately, he can argue it out. But let's leave that for another day. Thank you so much. Is up here. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, because when I'm going on that, what do we say has happened? A library is shut down, isn't it? And so, before we go, very, very important announcements. We are going, oh, you have something to say? You didn't talk about that.
Sorry, kind of clarification. The center from IIT, Professor Latifos, if I'm giving that title, just think that now, that you have been supervising doctoral students. I hear you well. For from institutions, maybe outside Nigeria. And I was querying myself here that with our own platform today, supervising for universities across the globe, are we not doing the right thing in Nigeria by not allowing you to supervise our students? Or do you mean to say you are offering some kind of assistance to doctoral researchers to be able to complete? Because I know what you are doing here is intentional, and you should not be sending wrong signals to, I know Mr. Yude is in the library. It's not out of place for her to also have assisted so many people to end their degree. But I don't think that translates to supervising them. I just want to be educated more of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you want to respond with David?
Okay, IIT, we don't award PhD, we award into organization. But when your program that you want to plan specializing in, we offer it. Under fellowship and agreement with some institution, but do I ask in relationship with IIT? And please don't forget that. So what we do is that we second, not the supervisor level. So somebody in our organization who is a specialist in that, I'm a specialist in data management, I come at global level and invited over there. So what we do is that we have some global specialists in this group, said this or no. So if we have the person comes from Nigeria, so he was on that, he has a direct professor over there. So we connect together based on what he or she or they was while being in the office. So depending on what the person is working on, so we find what is the institution, Badminton University, Israel, American schools that we have in us in our office, any university that was that they have what certificate, they have the best professor, and the secondment, that's what we should say, collaboration. I do not finish. And I don't know what to that I need.
Thank you very much. We can see that there are scholars, and there are scholars. And then we have the what? IASSIST. IASSIST. Yes, so some announcements before we go. Now, tomorrow when you are coming, we will send our emails just to remind you the venue changes tomorrow. We will be going 2 blocks away to your right when you go outside the UI hotels and move down towards your right. The first block of buildings, the very next one is the Department of Media, School Library and Media Technology, SLMT. School Library and Media Technology. That is where we are going to conclude our conference. we have done the paparazzi. We now want to go to the nitty-gritty in the SLMT, just 2 blocks down the street. So when you are coming tomorrow, please endeavor to be there 9 a.m. sharp. Tomorrow, you will see a different person, me standing here. If I tell you it's 5 minutes, it's 5. Not even 1 second after. If I tell you it's 15, it's 15. If I tell you it's 30, it's 30. And if I give up for 3 hours to do this workshop, because we have been struggling over that time, then 1 hour is too short for me to do it, but I'm still speaking in 1 hour. Thank you. So tomorrow, let us be as prompt as possible so that, and in fact, our lunch will come earlier than today. I can promise you that. And we will be very, 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 very prompt. Thank you. You have been in fact, the most wonderful IASSIST audience at the best IASSIST in West Africa. Yes, thank you very much. So see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And please, if you are going on tour, see the lady at the desk. We need to prepare and know how many people are going, so that we don't bring a bus that will be
Because of virus. What's next?
Don't be afraid, you won't pay. That's all. You won't pay, that's all.
Okay, just send me a message. Let me do this. Like hide you? I should hide you on WhatsApp. Leave your WhatsApp. Is this your WhatsApp? Is this your WhatsApp number? Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. 254 7 24 7 9 1 3 5 2. Yeah. What's the name? Professor Andrew? Prof. I can. Okay, let me just. How are you?
This was the main thing to the book. This was also going to that small.
Yeah.
Also nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. I think that we are around that.
Port Harcourt, which was closer to me.
Okay.
I said, let me explore more this country. Because I registered as a registered.
Okay. I don't know. You really represented this well.
This is impressive.
Ah, very, very impressive.
This is trying.
I'm trying. Yes. We are trying.
This is
Yeah. So yeah.
Good job. Good job. Thank you so much.